Chapter 1422. Dong Tianling pursed his lips and said, "We have to be careful in dealing with this matter. I heard from my elders that it's complicated, including the battle of providence for the unification of the human realm. They told me not to get involved. If I act rashly, there will be the risk of death." The battle of providence? The risk of death? Chun Wanfeng was deep in thought. Far away, Yun Xiaoyao, who was watching the scene from the treetop dozens of miles away, felt his heart skip a beat. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. Could it be this? Why isn't Xia Bingchuan here yet? Dong Tianling grew impatient. We agreed to pay our respects to Big Brother and protect Uncle. Why isn't this fellow here after so long? If we're talking about distance, he's the nearest one. Chun Wanfeng and Qiu Yunsan scolded as well. The treetop. Yun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a warmth that he had not felt for a long time, nourishing his almost parched heart. I see. I was wondering why these guys all came here at the same time. Hey, Chun Wanfeng, how's your cultivation base? Dong Tianling asked, what level are you at? Me? I'm already above the supreme level. Chun Wanfeng scoffed. What about you? Me too, Dong Tianling said. Me too, but I'm in the advanced stage, just a little faster than the both of you. Don't be envious of me, Qiu Yunsan said. Our cultivation base is almost at the peak of this world. We're only one step away from leaving Tianxian and going to the upper realm. Dong Tianling sighed. Your father has been slacking during this period of time, lacking motivation. Sometimes, I even have the stupid thought of not wanting to go up. It's mainly because I don't dare to go up. I'm afraid that I'll fall from the pinnacle of this world to a weakling once I climb up. Qiu Yunsan chuckled bitterly. Me too. Thinking of all the hardships we've gone through to finally reach where we are today, to climb to the peak and look down on the world. If we really go up, I'm afraid we'll have to start from the bottom again. Everyone is stronger than us. It's not just irritating, it's terrifying. Chun Wanfeng sighed. That's right. With the resources that Boss left for us, we could have crossed the peak of this world and ascended to the upper realm a long time ago. In the end, it's all about fear. The three of them were at a loss. You're really useless. You're a good-for-nothing. You two are so useless. They looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt. Eldest brother talked about second brother and third brother, and second brother talked about eldest brother and third brother. The three of them talked to each other and actually reflected each other. The 40 to 50 guards and experts from the three noble families who had come with the three brothers were all sighing as well. Indeed, ascending to the upper realm was no different from a myth to the people of this world. At least, it was only a legend before Yun Yang's ascension. However, after Yun Yang and Ji Lingxi had ascended, this legend was no longer just a legend, especially to the three young masters who had been protecting them. With the cultivation base and combat prowess of Dong Tianling and the other two, there was no need for bodyguards. There was no one in this world who could lay a finger on them. Only a fight between these brothers could leave a trace of a mark. However, one thing was still undeniable: as long as they ascended to the upper realm, there was a 99% chance that they would have to start all over again. Rumor had it that the upper realm was good in every aspect. One's lifespan would be greatly extended, and the path of martial arts would be wider and longer. However, on the other hand, the danger would be elevated to an unprecedented height. In fact, other than the extremely fanatical martial arts fanatics, the others who had reached the level of Dong Tianling and the others would basically hesitate. Were they really going to give up their current position of ascending to the pinnacle and overlooking the world, and go to the so-called upper realm to start all over again, from the very bottom? This was a difficult decision for anyone to make. Moreover, most of Dong Tianling and the others' cultivation base had been achieved in a short period of time. Even though they had been tempered by many battles and had no regrets, there was still a considerable gap between their mental state and that of cultivators who had climbed up little by little through countless trials and tribulations. In this world, I can summon the wind and summon the rain, I'm high and mighty. If I really went to the upper realm, I might just be killed by a random stranger in a few days' time. In this world, no one dares to disrespect me or look up to me. However, when I reach the upper realm, I can only look up to others, perhaps I can't even compare to the guards. Should I still go up? At the very least, these guards had to ask themselves, would they go up if they had reached this stage? As long as they thought about it, who would have the courage to look down on the three young masters for their lack of ambition? Amidst the laughter, suddenly, a loud explosion came from afar. Everyone fell silent, their eyes gleaming as they looked into the distance. Is that the sound of battle? Dong Tianlong sprung up and soared into the air, looking up. At this time, another long howl came from afar. The volume of the sound was already very weak, but one could still hear that the voice was filled with rage and helplessness. This is Xia Bingchuan's voice. Qiu Yunsan's ears twitched. The sounds of battle were endless. Dong Tianlong, who was still in the air, let out a long howl and flew over with a whoosh. Xia Bingchuan, run this way. The shout was deafening like a clap of thunder. Almost at the same time, another long howl came from the other side, but it was filled with indescribable joy. Then, the sounds of battle grew more intense, as if the enemy had noticed the arrival of reinforcements and began to attack with all their might, hoping to finish off the target before the reinforcements arrived. 50 to 60 people from the three families flew over like lightning under the lead of the third young master. As Dong Tianlong and the other two young masters sprinted at full speed, they could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Their cultivation base had always been on the same level as Xia Bingchuan. There was not much of a difference between them as they were all the pinnacle experts of this world. Then, who and what force was attacking Xia Bingchuan? Yet, the other party actually possessed the ability to force Xia Bingchuan to his death. It was a marvelous sight indeed. They could not afford to be careless in the upcoming battle. Amidst the yellow sand that covered the sky and obscured their vision, two silhouettes could be seen stumbling out from afar. The one in front was Xia Bingchuan. His face was deathly pale, and his body was covered in blood. One of his arms was dangling, and the other was dragging an unconscious person. He was struggling to run towards them. Amidst the smoke and dust behind him, a dark silhouette sprinted out like a demonic god descending into the world. With a chuckle, the silhouette leaped 300 feet into the air and arrived above Xia Bingchuan. His sword struck down like a bolt of lightning. Dong Tianlong was at the forefront. With a loud roar, the sword in his hand flew out like a meteor chasing after the moon, its momentum unstoppable. The person who thought that he would definitely hit his target stopped abruptly. If he did not retract his sword, he might be able to kill Xia Bingchuan, but it would be difficult for him to avoid the sword that had left his hand. Helpless, he blocked it with his sword. With a loud clang, the man in black retreated 100 feet while Dong Tianlong's sword disappeared in a flash due to the impact of the impact, its whereabouts unknown. Dong Tianlong, who came right after, landed abruptly. He scooped up a cloud of yellow sand and tossed it towards the other side like the waves of the sea. His arms stretched out to catch Xia Bingchuan's lifeless body before he spun around and shot out. When he landed, he was already back in the encirclement of his men. How is he? How is little Xia? Everyone gathered around to check on Xia Bingchuan's condition. Xia Bingchuan's face was ashen, his eyes white as he trembled. There were at least 17 to 18 spots on his body that were bleeding profusely. Even his handsome face was covered in scars. There was even a wound at the back of his head, as if a layer of his scalp had been shaved off by a sharp weapon. He did not look human at all. Seeing Dong Tianlong, Qiu Yunsan, and the others, Xia Bingchuan's eyes glinted with joy. He wanted to say something, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Everyone knew the person he had been dragging along. It was Xia Bingchuan's personal guard. He had lost more than 90% of his life and his condition was no better than Xia Bingchuan's. Stay alert. Prepare for battle. Qiu Yunsan, come and heal little Xia. Chun Wanfeng, you take the back while I take the front. Dong Tianling roared decisively. Everyone moved according to his voice. Seeing Xia Bingchuan's terrible condition, they could tell that the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. In addition, the sword that he had released earlier was already the limit of his cultivation base. However, forcing the other party to retreat further proved that the other party was a formidable foe that he had never met before in his life. At this time, black-clothed and masked silhouettes emerged one after another amidst the hubbub of dust. On the left and right, a large group of black-clothed and masked men appeared as well. In the blink of an eye, they had formed an encirclement. Not only were the other party's abilities formidable, they had so many people as well. Which force in this world could be so powerful? Behind them, a sharp howl came from the forest. Have you blocked all of them? A black-clothed and masked man in the yellow sand laughed loudly. Not a single one is missing, I've surrounded them all. Then, he chortled. Good. Sharp whistling sounds rang out from all directions. Countless masked men in black appeared in an endless stream from afar and surrounded them. The silhouettes were densely packed, all of them masked and dressed in black. Dong Tianling looked around, his heart skipping a beat. There were so many masked men in black, none of them were mediocre. There were at least 5,000 of them, almost like a small army. These people had surrounded 56 people on his side, including Xia Bingchuan and Dong Tianling. It was a large circle of 400 to 500 feet in circumference. The surrounding people were closely packed, airtight and impenetrable. Dong Tianling sucked in a long breath and straightened his back, speaking in a menacing tone, "Masked men? Do you dare to tell me your name?" The leader of the masked men chuckled and said, "Of course not. How would we dare to report our names when facing the young masters of the four noble families? How could we not bear the revenge of the four noble families?" Countless masked men in black guffawed. I've long heard that the eldest young master of the Dong family, Dong Tianling, has a screw loose in his head. Now that I've seen it, it's true. If we could register, would we still need to cover our faces today? Dong Tianling guffawed. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, a motley crew. Do you think you can live if you don't register? Even when they were outnumbered and heavily surrounded, Dong Tianling and the others were not afraid at all. Instead, they were eager to try. Before Yun Yang ascended to the upper realm, he had left a sea of resources for the four noble young masters. Each of these four fellows' cultivation base was already at the pinnacle of this world. Other than the national war they had participated in, they had only engaged in small skirmishes. There was still a chance for them to encounter a real war. The three young masters had the same thought as they roared excitedly, "Go! Leave no one alive!" As soon as they finished speaking, they charged forward, taking the lead. Their stance was like they were besieging their opponents, filled with a sense of superiority and invincibility. Dong Tianling roared as he charged, "It's finally my turn." Back then, Boss fought 10,000 enemies alone and dominated the continent. Now, watch us slaughter our way through, we won't let Boss enjoy all the glory. Wahaha. However, the guards of the family wore bitter expressions as a strong sense of danger rose within them. The situation did not look good at all. It was obvious that the enemy had planned for such a large number of troops to be stationed in such a remote place. If they were not confident, how would they dare to ambush Xia Bingchuan and his team? Although the cultivation base of the four noble young masters had skyrocketed, their popinjays were still the same. When they went out, they still brought along a large number of people and guards. With their current capabilities, they no longer needed guards. If Dong Tianling and the other two young masters were like that, how could Xia Bingchuan be an exception? It would be strange if he did not bring dozens of people with him. Other than Xia Bingchuan, there was only one survivor among them, and both of them were half dead. More than 90% of their lives had been lost. Where were the other guards then? The answer was obvious: they had all been killed. Another problem arose: Xia Bingchuan's cultivation base was not inferior to Dong Tianling and the others, while Xia Bingchuan's guards were not inferior to Dong Tianling's guards either. Since the enemy had the ability to take care of Xia Bingchuan and his team, would they not? Dong Tianling had used all his strength in his sword attack just now, but he had only managed to force the enemy to retreat instead of inflicting more damage on them. This was already a clear indication of the problem. However, there was no point in talking about it now. Whether they wanted to break out of the encirclement or annihilate them, they needed to fight. The guards who followed Dong Tianling and the others were all passionate men who had participated in the national war. Although they were on high alert, there was no fear in their hearts. They were just a little more cautious. As the enemy's horn sounded, attacks were launched from all directions. Dong Tianling and the others who were surrounded did not gather to defend themselves. Instead, they counterattacked aggressively. Dong Tianling and the other two young masters were the first to charge forward. With a loud bang, the first contact was met with a wave of blood that burst into the sky. Dong Tianling and the other two young masters attacked side by side, the tacit understanding that stemmed from the national war was on full display. The moment they came into contact, more than 10 men in black were killed by the three of them. However, Dong Tianling and the other two young masters felt their hearts sink the moment they fought. The strength of the enemy was far beyond their expectations. In the previous wave of attacks, the three of them had used almost all of their strength. Although the results seemed impressive, as they had killed 11 people in one go, there were actually more than 40 to 50 people on the other side. Apart from the 11 who had died, the others were only lightly injured and still had the strength to fight again. More importantly, the three of them had actually felt a strong recoil when they attacked aggressively and were almost injured. This further proved that the enemy before them was not only strong in combat, but also knew them well, which was why they had purposely set up a formation to deal with them. Triangular formation. Qiu Yunsan roared, "The three of us, each of us will be responsible for one arrowhead." Chun Wanfeng and Dong Tianling agreed in unison, and the formation was immediately reversed. Although the three of them were quick in coming up with a countermeasure, they were still a step too slow. If they had used the triangular formation from the start, they might not have been able to kill the dozen men, but they would have been much more proactive than they were now. There would be more ways for them to manipulate the situation, and at least they would not be too passive. With that one wrong word, the follow-up reactions were all delayed. The black-clothed masked men on the other side issued their orders repeatedly. Wave after wave of attacks were launched from all directions. They attacked all the guards indiscriminately, causing the triangular formation that the three of them had set up to be unable to form in a short period of time. In the moment of stalemate ere the enemy was orderly and their side was struggling to cope, cries of agony rang out continuously. 40 to 50 men in black were lying dead on the ground, while 4 of the family guards on the 4 young masters' side had fallen dead as well. By the time the triangular formation was formed, only 49 of the 56 people on their side were still intact. 7 to 8 of them were injured and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Even Qiu Yunsan's shoulder had been pierced by a sword and was bleeding profusely. This is, Dong Tianling's heart skipped a beat. Are they from the army? Are they soldiers? Since the start of the battle, the masked men in black had not spoken a word. They were like cold machines, only operating swiftly and effectively throughout the entire battle. The sound of horns rose and fell as black flags flew in and out, transmitting messages. The men in black took turns to attack like the ebb and flow of the tide. More than 5,000 people besieging more than 40 people, their pace was not messed up at all. It was like layers upon layers of mountains, each wave higher than the one before it. It was as if everyone was attacking and not a single person's strength was wasted. This kind of attack rhythm and attack pattern, if not for the fact that he was a well-trained soldier, it would be impossible to achieve. The others heard Dong Tianling's cry as well, but they were even more puzzled. It was not strange for the soldiers to be able to execute orders and gather everyone's strength to besiege a target. All of them had participated in the battle at the Fortress of Resilience and were familiar with the military's combat methods. However, there was absolutely no army in this world that could actually suppress Dong Tianling and the other two with their cultivation base and strength. Even the Shadow Cavalry, who had dominated the world back then, did not possess the combat power of so many high-level practitioners. Furthermore, through this period of stalemate, the other party's high-end combat power was gradually revealed. Many of them had already reached the level of a supreme, only slightly weaker than Dong Tianling and the others. Who in the entire continent could build such an army? As time passed, the battle grew more and more intense. Dong Tianling held off two of the other party's commanders with his own strength. His green robes fluttered in the wind as he roared angrily, "Who are you people? Why are you targeting us?" One of the commanders in black said faintly, "Now that the encirclement is complete, you can't escape even if you have wings. There's no harm in telling you. I'll let you, young Master Dong, die knowing the truth." He chuckled coldly and lowered his voice. The main purpose of this operation at Tianxian Cliff is naturally to kill Yun Xiaoyao. Everything is prepared and we're only waiting for him to enter the trap. You four popinjays popping out to ruin the plan? If I don't kill you, who am I going to kill? Dong Tianling, if there's a next life, remember to figure out what you can and can't do. Dong Tianling roared angrily, F***CKU. Who do you think you are to lecture your father? Even if your father has to live again, I'll still come today. You bunch of trash want to harm Uncle Yun, your father will not allow it. He cursed loudly, I know where you're from. Other than that bastard, no one else can make such a big fuss. Ingrates. You're worse than pigs and dogs. Your emperor is worse than dog sh*t. Kneeling in front of your father and kowtowing, your father thinks he's dirtying my eyes. Bastard. Animals worse than pigs and dogs. Do you think you're fit to be an emperor? The three great young masters scolded loudly. The masked men in black were enraged. Kill them as soon as possible. As soon as the order was given, the enemy's attack became more ferocious. A hoarse voice rang out, "You three pigs. Who asked you to fight here?" It was Xia Bingchuan who had just woken up from his coma, crying out in grief and indignation, "Break out quickly and inform Uncle Yun. It'll be a waste to die fighting here." Dong Tianling and the others came to their senses at once. Break out. Break out? I forgot. The leader in black cackled strangely. Perish together. Guillotine formation. The enemy activated their killing formation once more, increasing their attack power to a whole new level. The pressure on the three great young masters increased once more, to the point where they found it difficult to even defend themselves, let alone break out of the siege. For a moment, all the masked men in black charged forward as if they did not care about their lives, using their own bodies as weapons. A small portion of the black-clothed masked men would self-destruct as soon as they charged over. They would self-destruct one after another, and the rumbling sounds would ring out. Dong Tianling was currently at the forefront of the triangular formation, mustering all his strength to break out of the siege. However, faced with the most extreme and terrifying self-detonation attack, he could only withstand it for a short while before collapsing. He was covered in blood, his mouth and nose bleeding profusely as he fell back, becoming heavily injured. Even if it was Chun Wanfeng, he could only hold on for a few breaths before collapsing as well. Then, it was Chiu Yun-san, although Dong Tianling and the other two young masters had profound cultivation base and strong meridians, they still had the strength to fight despite being heavily injured. However, the situation was worsening as more and more of them were injured and unable to fight anymore. After a while, there were less than 15 people left from the 49 people who could still fight. The others were either unable to move due to severe injuries or were already dead. Dong Tianling and the other three sat in the center of their formation, barely breathing. The four brothers looked at each other and saw the bitter smile in each other's eyes. They had thought that they would shock the world with their guards, but who would have thought that they would be surrounded by so many terrifying opponents the moment they came out? They were about to become corpses, just as well. It's not a bad thing for us four brothers to walk the road to the underworld hand in hand. Qiu Yunsan coughed, spitting blood as he murmured, "Your father doesn't want to die at all." What a good thing. The other three men chuckled and said nothing more. Watching their guards being chopped down one by one and the men in black approaching, the four of them only had one doubt in their hearts. Where did the enemy gather so many experts from? In the past, any heaven mystic expert on the continent could easily guard an area. Now, even the weakest among the 5,000 people here was close to the heaven mystic level. The sea of azure light that seemed to form a sea of blue dazzled the four of them. Where did so many experts come from? Even if Yu Qianquan was already the overlord of this world, he had only ruled the world for a few days. How could he have nurtured such a strong combat force? Just as Dong Tianling and the others were filled with despair and were desperately trying to save their lives, a long howl suddenly resounded. The howl came from afar and approached them swiftly. Then, cries of agony could be heard from the crowd. It was a silhouette that came like a white steed galloping across a crevice, plunging into the crowd of men in black like a meteor. Sword light spread rapidly like a hurricane. Wherever it passed, men and horses were thrown off their feet and blood sprayed into the sky. The person who came was Yun Xiaoyao. In this world, probably only Yun Xiaoyao could single-handedly attack a battle formation that was made up of such a strong combat force. Yun Xiaoyao's sword was like the wind, his feet did not stop as well. His body spun continuously, constantly changing his position. He would never face more than 3 enemies at the same time. He was using the advantage of his speed to divide and deal with the enemies that he had to face, so that he would always be at an absolute advantage. The moment he showed himself, his combat experience alone was enough to make the 4 noble young masters sigh in amazement at their own inferiority. Uncle Yun is amazing indeed. Dong Tianling gritted his teeth. We're saved now. Before his words echoed in the air, Yun Xiaoyao had already landed amidst the crowd, blood splattering everywhere. His sword swung out smoothly and a ring of sword energy shot out, drawing a large circle on where Dong Tianling and the others were. The sword returned to its scabbard immediately, but the piercing sword energy remained on the ground without dissipating. Those who enter this circle shall die. Yun Xiaoyao said faintly. He then turned to look at Dong Tianling and the others and said in a slightly reproachful tone, "How could the 4 of you be so careless?" Indeed, with Dong Tianling and the other three's current cultivation base, if they had not been too careless and impulsive, they would not have fallen into such a near-death situation, no matter how strong the enemy was in terms of their numbers. On the other side, the masked men in black were momentarily at a loss of what to do. They looked at each other in dismay. The mark left by the sword edge on the sand was not very deep, but it was like a natural moat that separated the world, blocking the path of attack. The condensed sword chi did not disperse, and it was obvious that it contained great power. Along Yun Xiaoyao's path, corpses were strewn all over the place. The human alley that was at least 30 feet wide was still in the middle of the crowd. There were more than 200 corpses on the ground. Yun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was unscathed. It was obvious that this was an absolute suppression of strength. In other words, Yun Xiaoyao's ability was not something that these masked men in black could deal with. With absolute strength before them, no matter how many heads they had, it was nothing. The leader of the masked men waved his hand to stop his subordinates from moving and said with a strange chuckle, "So it's King Yun who has come personally. This humble one has been disrespectful. Since King Yun is here, today's operation shall be called off. Retreat." With a wave of his hand, countless men in black retreated in all directions like the receding tide. In less than a dozen breaths' time, not only were the men in black gone, even the corpses, broken weapons, and severed limbs were taken away. As they left, there was nothing unusual on the ground other than the bloodstains. Dong Tianling heaved a long sigh and collapsed on the ground, moaning, "You don't have to die anymore." Ha ha ha. Ah. His loud laughter had aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. Yun Xiaoyao sighed and said, "The predicament is still there. Heal your wounds quickly." He held his sword vigilantly. It looked like they were temporarily safe, but it was not an easy task to watch over so many injured people alone. If the enemy were to ambush them, he might not be able to take care of everything. He frowned as he pondered, having the same doubts as Dong Tianling and the others. It was not surprising that the young emperor had arranged for assassins, but where did he find so many experts from? This matter was not just strange, it was simply horrifying. After some time, everyone's injuries had recovered slightly and they could move, albeit with difficulty. Yun Xiaoyao urged them to make the best use of their time and leave this place. The place was empty and there was nothing to be seen. It was not a good place to rest and recuperate in peace. After burying the corpses, Dong Tianling and the others were mournful. There were 58 people on their side, but only 19 were left alive now. Even those who were lucky enough to survive were all severely injured. The casualty ratio was even higher than the war back then. This blood feud must be avenged in this lifetime. Dong Tianling swore through gritted teeth. Yun Xiaoyao watched quietly from the side, listening to Dong Tianling say in a low voice, "Uncle Yun, we know that you have your own beliefs and that you are destined not to act against the young emperor, but we need to end this karma." He did not turn around, still facing the grave as he said through gritted teeth, "We are friends with boss, with old General Chiu, and with you, but not with you Qiankuan. The blood debt of 39 lives today must be repaid." Xia Bingchuan's voice rang out, 59 lives. He said sadly, "And on my side, 20 people have died." Qiu Yunsan's expression was somber as he wiped his long sword with a piece of white cloth quietly. His eyes were filled with rage. "Before I came out, second uncle had just returned home and even told me not to lay a finger on the little emperor no matter what. He. Now, I can't care any more. When I've recovered, I'll go to the capital." Qiu Yunsan said through gritted teeth, "Sneaking into the palace is not a difficult task for us. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll make this ungrateful bastard pay the price." Yun Xiaoyao was silent for a moment before he said, "Now that things have come to this, it's up to you all to do what you want. I won't care about this anymore. After Tianxian Cliff, I'll devote myself to the mountains and rivers, no longer caring about this world." His voice was filled with despair. "Let's go. Let's go." Everyone took one last look at the tombs, then knelt down and kowtowed. Then, they stood up and staggered forward. After walking for more than 10 miles, there was a forest at the top of the slope. The group's spirits were lifted. "Up the slope, let's recuperate in the forest for a while." As they walked up the slope, their speed was infuriatingly slow because they were all injured. All of Yun Xiaoyao's deific consciousness was focused on the slope. If there were pursuers charging down from the slope now, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, there were no signs of life in front of them, there was no enemy lying in ambush. As they walked, Xia Bingchuan, who was walking behind Yun Xiaoyao, suddenly felt his legs give way. He fell to the ground with a thud and cursed. F***ck. He supported himself with his hands, wanting to stand up. Unexpectedly, his arms gave way and he rolled down like a watermelon. He had almost rolled to the bottom of the slope that was more than halfway up. Dong Tianling and the rest cursed in unison, F*ck. Can you be a little more promising? Yun Xiaoyao flew down from the front like a large bird and supported Xia Bingchuan with one hand. Are you all right? Xia Bingchuan felt weak all over and smiled humorlessly. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Yun. Yun Xiaoyao nodded and reached under his ribs to lift Xia Bingchuan up. However, at this moment, Xia Bingchuan, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. A short sword appeared in his hand and was thrust into Yun Xiaoyao's heart with a swoosh, all the way to the hilt. Yun Xiaoyao, who was bent over to carry Xia Bingchuan, did not suspect Xia Bingchuan at all. He only felt a chill in his heart as the long sword pierced through his body, ignoring his protective skill. With a loud cry, Yun Xiaoyao threw Xia Bingchuan into the air with a palm strike. Xia Bingchuan spat blood, but he straightened his back in midair and flew 100 feet away, landing at the bottom of the slope far away. He actually managed to stand steadily, but he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "Uncle Yun, I have offended you." Yun Xiaoyao straightened his body, the short sword still in his heart. His expression did not change as he asked faintly, "Why?" Xia Bingchuan shook his head. With a wave of his hand, a whistling arrow flew into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. Sparks flew everywhere, catching everyone's attention. As he deflected the whistling arrow, Xia Bingchuan's body flashed and he retreated 1,000 feet in an instant. On the slope, Dong Tianling and the others who were about to ascend were shocked by the sudden turn of events. As if struck by lightning, they turned back in shock and looked at Xia Bingchuan in disbelief. For a moment, there was only shock in their hearts. No one spoke. After a moment, Dong Tianling cried out, "Uncle Yun." He was about to rush down. "Don't come down." Yun Xiaoyao sucked in a deep breath and said, "Hurry up and ascend the slope." It was the most awkward position they were in right now. Yun Xiaoyao climbed up the slope step by step, using only his physical strength to support himself. He did not even have to use any mystical qi. It was only when he turned that Dong Tianling and the others saw the short sword hilt in his heart. Their eyes widened as they trembled and their vision darkened. Xia Bingchuan. Qiu Yunsan screamed at the top of his lungs, F*ck your ancestors. You son of a b*tch. Why? Far away, Xia Bingchuan did not answer. Further away, the men in black who were said to have left surged out from the ground like a tidal wave, surrounding them. Their speed was incredibly fast and their momentum was stronger than before. Chapter 14:23. Yun Xiaoyao struggled to walk up the hill step by step, his face still flushed. Not a single drop of blood seeped out from where he had been stabbed. He said calmly, "Retreat into the forest. Split up and leave quickly. Every single one of you who can escape counts. This old man will cut off your escape routes." Dong Tianling trembled. "Uncle, are you all right?" Yun Xiaoyao was silent for a moment before he said, "I'm afraid it's not possible." That sword went straight into his heart. It's already a serious injury and the sword is poisoned. There's nothing we can do to save him. I can only give you 4 hours to escape. If you still can't escape after 4 hours and reach a safe place, I'm afraid. Dong Tianling was devastated. "I'm not leaving. No matter what, I have to stay and ask that bastard why he did this." Yun Xiaoyao closed his eyes tiredly. "If you don't leave, can you save me from death? If you don't leave, it's just one more person dying. Do you want your boss to be ambushed by Xia Bingchuan again when he comes down?" His gaze was like lightning. "If you don't leave and ask Xia Bingchuan why he did this, can you change everything? Dong Tianling and the rest were stunned. At this moment, Yun Xiaoyao, who was on the brink of death and had no room to turn things around, did not ask them to leave immediately like an ordinary person. Instead, he stated the outcome calmly. What can you do even if you know? Do you have the ability to rewrite the outcome of the sword that has been stabbed into my heart? Can you change the current crisis? Is there any other meaning to staying here other than sacrificing yourself for nothing? Yun Xiaoyao said tiredly, what I need now is to be undistracted and focused. What can you all do by staying here in your current state? Increase my burden as a burden? Yun Xiaoyao did not say this out loud, but everyone could hear it. As he spoke, the men in black at the foot of the hill were much closer. Yun Xiaoyao calmed down, his dry right hand gently gripping the hilt of his sword. A cold expression appeared on his face. He squinted his eyes and stared at the approaching black-clothed man at the foot of the hill. A murderous aura rose from him, growing bit by bit. He did not try to persuade Dong Tianling and the others anymore. He had done what he needed to. If they did not leave, Yun Xiaoyao did not want to waste his breath. What he needed to do now was to conserve his remaining energy as much as possible. Every bit and drop was precious and should not be wasted. Dong Tianling's breathing quickened as the expression on his face changed drastically. Beside him, Qiu Yunsan's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he roared, Uncle Yun, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he led his remaining 8 guards and staggered, but his speed was not slow as he rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Once he left this place alive, he would spend his entire life only for revenge. Chun Wanfeng said with tears streaming down his face, Take care, uncle. Wanfeng swears to take revenge for today. After saying that, he also rushed out with his 7 guards. Today, I will disregard my honor, but in the future, I will definitely bathe the world in blood and avenge my uncle. At this time, Dong Tianling's voice rang out as well as he told his 4 guards, You guys should leave as well. Inform the family about this and tell them, the plum blossoms are still blooming, the winter is not cold. The family won't pursue the matter. The 4 guards laughed and said, Young master, if you don't leave, we won't leave either. Let's just die together. I believe the family will take care of our family. There's nothing to be sorry about. One of them chuckled and said, If young master hadn't said this, we might really have left. The 4 of them laughed warmly together. Every direct descendant of the Dong family had a saying that was exclusive to them, a final statement that only the person in charge of the family and themselves would know. As long as they brought back this saying, it would prove that they had said it themselves when they were conscious. A saying could only be used once and would change after that. This was one of the secret tricks used by the great families. Yun Xiaoyao glanced at him and asked in a low voice, Why don't you leave? Dong Tianling smiled and said, The 2 of them are enough for revenge. It doesn't matter if I'm added. Uncle is going on the journey alone. Little Lang is worried that you'll be lonely and wants to accompany you, but it'll be too little without me. If there's a chance to meet boss in the future, I'm sure that I can face him calmly. Dong Tianling chuckled. Yun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. I really can't take care of you when the battle starts. Dong Tianling said, I know what Uncle Yun is thinking. Just kill a few more people, there's no need to care about me. I've wasted Uncle Yun's words again. It's my fault, Yun Xiaoyao smiled. His expression was still cold but his heart was warm. After all, not everyone in this world was ungrateful. There were still people who treated him sincerely. The men in black came closer and closer. When they were within 100 feet of each other, they slowed down and slowly surrounded them from 3 sides. The leader of the masked men smiled eerily and said, Greetings, King Yun. Yun Xiaoyao glanced at them indifferently and said, What a scheme, what a scheme, what a sinister one. You flatter me, King Yun. The leader of the masked men said apologetically, King Yun's cultivation base is unparalleled and unparalleled in Tianxian. This lowly one is at his wit's end. I'm only doing this because I have no other choice. Everything is to preserve my life, I really can't be bothered with any other methods. Dong Tianlong asked from the side, what poison is on the sword? The leader of the masked men bowed and said, young Master Dong's reputation as a popinjay is out there. Even though your cultivation base has reached the pinnacle, I don't care about your opportunities. However, based on your loyalty, you deserve my respect. He continued, we know that King Yun has the antidote left behind by Lord Supreme Cloud to protect himself. Furthermore, his mystical skill is profound and he is immune to all poisons. Therefore, we didn't plan to use some ordinary poison. Not only would it be a joke, it would be futile. This poison doesn't belong to this world. There's no cure for those who have been poisoned. The masked men said, therefore, we are very confident in this poison. Otherwise, why would we dare to attack King Yun so recklessly? As they spoke, the other party had already completed the encirclement. The masked men in black lined up neatly in a formation, facing them seriously. They had no intention of chasing after Chun Wanfeng and Qiu Yunsan. Dong Tianlong's gaze flickered as he asked, you don't plan to chase after them and eliminate any future threats? The masked man said softly, our target is only King Yun, not the four noble families. Even if young Master Dong wants to leave now, we won't stop him, much less young Master Chun and the rest. Dong Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, if so, why aren't we making a move? The masked man took a step back and said, King Yun's skill is profound. Even though he's in a critical situation, he's still the scariest god of death in this world at the moment of his death. We know that we're no match for him, so it's the same to guard here. As long as we can confirm King Yun's death, it's fine. Dong Tianlong was struck by a sudden realization. The other party had actually planned this far. They actually did not want to make a move, they had no intention of taking Yun Xiaoyao's life with their own hands. They just did not leave, staying here to surround him. Yun Xiaoyao was already fatally injured and poisoned. Even though he was suppressing it with pure mystical qi, such injuries could not be suppressed for long no matter how capable he was. The longer they dragged this out, the more advantageous it would be for the masked men in black. If they did not make a move and waited for Yun Xiaoyao to die from the poison, it would be the best outcome for them instead. Dong Tianlong turned around and saw Yun Xiaoyao's eyes half-lidded, his expression indifferent and calm. He had no intention of starting a fight. Suddenly, something struck him as he roared, Xia Bingchuan. Come out here right now. Amidst the masked men, Xia Bingchuan's face was pale. His eyes darted around, not daring to meet Dong Tianlong's gaze. Using the masked man's shadow, he retreated step by step. As he moved further and further away, Xia Bingchuan slowly retreated from the crowd amidst Dong Tianlong's venomous curses. He leaped onto a horse and whipped it with all his might, galloping away. Dong Tianlong's curses grew further and further away until they could no longer be heard. Suddenly, Xia Bingchuan rolled off his horse and sprawled on the ground, pounding the ground and bawling his eyes out. The masked man in black stood opposite Yun Xiaoyao, unmoving. Yun Xiaoyao smiled and said, do you know how long I can hold on? The masked man shook his head. I don't know, but it won't be long. Then do you know that the spring and autumn families have left? I do. Then aren't you worried that they will spread the news and someone will come to save me? I'm not worried. Oh. The masked man said calmly, first, other than us, there are 200,000 soldiers lying in ambush outside. Whether it's from the inside or from the outside, no one and no force can break through this iron wall. Even a bird will find it difficult to enter. Second, the four noble families can't even take care of themselves now. We can't afford to split our manpower to take care of other matters. Third, even if unexpected reinforcements do come, we still have a batch of reinforcements waiting for them. If someone else comes, even if they can break through the iron wall of the outer army, they'll still be hunted down by our second layer. In fact, King Yun, you're only one of the bait now." The masked man smiled faintly and said, "So, I'm really not anxious at all if we continue waiting and this stalemate continues. Instead, I wish that King Yun can hold on for a little longer. Perhaps Tai Zheng, Fu Baogua, Sun Zihu, the Shengguan family of generals, and Qiu Jianhan will all be buried here." He chuckled and said, "I'll wait for them right here. Even if I only manage to wait for one, it'll be a great merit." Yun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "Are you trying to provoke me to make a move myself?" The masked man replied respectfully, "I'm speaking the truth. Your Highness is no longer a threat to us. No matter when your Highness wants to make a move, it's all up to your Highness to decide." With a wave of his hand, the masked men in black formed a cylindrical defensive formation in an instant. There were 40 to 50 of them in a group with the tips of their swords pointing outwards. The masked man said, "I know that I can't order your Highness to do anything, and there's no way I can avoid paying the price of killing your Highness. However, I can minimize this price as much as possible." Yun Xiaoyao smiled. A veteran of the battlefield indeed. Just this battle experience alone is already not inferior to Tai Zheng and Fu Baogua's. "It's a pity," the masked man asked, "What's a pity?" "It's a pity that you're destined to only answer in the dark forever. You lack Tai Zheng's righteous dominance, and you lack Fu Baogua's all-round general's demeanor. If you were to fight these two men on the battlefield, you might be able to show off for a moment, but you'll definitely lose after a long time. You'll never be able to compete for supremacy. I can even say with certainty that once you're defeated, you won't be able to make a comeback." Yun Xiaoyao said with slight pity, "I'm only worried that if Yutong's military takes you as the marshal in the future, it'll be the end of the empire of Yutong's greatness and the land." The masked man in black let out a shrill laugh. "It's a pity that these aren't things that King Yun needs to consider anymore." Yun Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I'm only feeling pity for my efforts, not for you Qiankuan." The masked man looked at Yun Xiaoyao's expression and said with squinted eyes, "I wonder how much longer King Yun can suppress his injuries and the poisonous gas." Yun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said faintly, "Why don't you try? Aren't I playing along with you to buy time now?" The masked man's gaze began to turn doubtful. Where his gaze landed, the vicious dagger was stabbed deeply into Yun Xiaoyao's chest. However, Yun Xiaoyao's complexion was still rosy, his gaze calm and collected. Even his pupils had a clear distinction between black and white. All these signs pointed to the fact that Yun Xiaoyao did not show any signs of being poisoned, he did not even look like he was injured. Yun Xiaoyao's words and actions seemed to be even calmer than his own, he was playing along with him to buy time. Why was this so? Was he not injured at all? Was delaying time his true intention? As the thought flashed through his mind, the doubt in the leader's heart grew rapidly, and he became increasingly uncertain. Yun Xiaoyao looked at his expression and said with a mocking smile, "Why? Are you doubting your own judgment?" The masked man snorted and said, "What's there to doubt about?" Yun Xiaoyao said faintly, "There's no need to deny it. You're already suspecting that your original judgment was wrong. You're suspecting that I'm not poisoned, or even that I'm not poisoned. Perhaps, you're still suspecting that Xia Bingchuan is pretending to attack me and that everything is just an act, including Xia Bingchuan's departure on the horse just now. Is that not true?" The masked man chuckled. "What a joke. King Yun, you're indeed a member of the royal family. You're so adept at manipulating the mind of an emperor. You're already at this point, yet you're still able to use psychological warfare against me. Do you think it'll work on me?" Yun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. "When one is at the end of the road, one has to fight for a chance of survival. It's only human nature. How can there be a mind of an emperor? I've never understood such things." The masked man's gaze grew increasingly treacherous. If Yun Xiaoyao was seriously injured or poisoned, he would be the most anxious one right now. With every passing moment, Yun Xiaoyao's combat power would weaken. As long as he persevered and Yun Xiaoyao died from the poison, his side would be able to win without a fight. However, if he were to lose his composure and attack now, Yun Xiaoyao would be in an advantageous position, looking down from above and ready to strike. With the last of his strength, he would definitely inflict the greatest damage to them, achieving the outcome of his final struggle before his death. However, if he were not poisoned and was only stalling for time until Dong Tianling and the others recovered, when they did so, they would use Yun Xiaoyao as the arrowhead to break out of the encirclement. No one would be able to stop them then, the enemy would only be able to escape unscathed. Once that happened, it would be the start of the nightmare of the entire empire of Yutang. The question then arose, was Yun Xiaoyao injured? Was he poisoned? Was he stalling for time or was he deliberately mystifying things? Feng Ling Tian said, the author of the previous chapter has to be deleted. There's no other way. Chapter 1424. Looking at Yun Xiaoyao's expression, the suspicion in the masked man's heart grew. He felt that he could not drag this out any longer. On the hill, wisps of white mist had begun to rise from Dong Tianling's body. Was that a sign that he was healing himself? Was his condition improving? Yun Xiaoyao was unruffled, his expression relaxed and carefree. He did not look like he was besieged by an army at all, instead, he looked like he was sitting quietly, enjoying the scenery. The masked man in black took 2 steps back. His gaze suddenly froze as he waved his hand and hollered, "Team 1, send King Yun on his way." The rest of the black-clothed men didn't move. Only the first group of 200 men took a step forward. With a loud roar, the leader of the group, a tall and sturdy man, brandished 2 large axes and rushed forward like a mad tiger. Behind him, there was another group of 200 black-clothed masked men. They rushed forward in an orderly manner. They were only 30 feet away from the leader. This 30 feet distance was the distance where the leader would retreat before the others could attack swiftly to fill in the gap. This allowed them to avoid the possibility of Yun Xiaoyao chasing after them. Seeing that the other party had finally moved, Yun Xiaoyao finally heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was dangerous. If the men in black had not moved, he would have had to take the initiative to attack. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse his condition would become. However, if he had taken the initiative to attack, it would mean that he had to give up the advantage of the terrain. Faced with the enemy's human wave tactic, it would be difficult for him to inflict any damage no matter how he attacked. He would only be defeated faster. Now that the other party had initiated the attack, not only did he have the advantage of the terrain, he could also take advantage of the other party's eagerness to end this battle as soon as possible to execute the strategy of one man holding the pass against 10,000 men, making these fellows pay the ultimate price. This was a battle of wits. Whoever could endure it would be the winner. The result was clear, Yun Xiaoyao had won. The burly man charged forward in a frenzy. With a strange cry, his 2 large axes spun and hacked down like a wheel. With a flash of sword light, Yun Xiaoyao slid to the back of the burly man as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. With a backhand swing of his sword, blood splattered as the leader's head was separated from his body, flying high into the air. As for Yun Xiaoyao, he and his sword were like one entity as he charged into the 200-strong battle formation in front of him. Blood spurted into the sky in an instant. At this moment, King Xiaoyao, who had fought his entire life for the Empire of Yutang, was merciless when he struck. With each strike, at least 5 or 6 lives would be lost. The sword light sprinkled down like a waterfall, sweeping away everything in its path. In an instant, countless heads flew into the air. Many of those who had been stabbed in the chest screamed miserably as they tumbled away. Before they landed, their lives were already gone. In the blink of an eye, a total of 130 or 40 people had perished under his sword. All of them died without any injuries. Those who were struck by the sword would definitely die. The eyes of the leader of the masked men stared fixedly at Yun Xiaoyao's face, obviously trying to determine the truth of Yun Xiaoyao's condition. In spite of this, Yun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent. His cheeks were still rosy and his gaze was as clear as ever. He could not help but feel shocked. We've been tricked. Yun Xiaoyao really isn't injured. Once he thought about it, he immediately ordered, Team 2, 3, and 4, attack. The hill was too small to allow too many people to attack at the same time. 700 to 800 people surrounding him was already the limit. The three teams charged forward together. Yun Xiaoyao was still guarding the small space at the top of the hill, not allowing anyone to take even half a step past him. This was because Dong Tianlong and the other four were right behind him. In front of him, it was already a hellish place, filled with endless blood. Rays of sword light shot everywhere like cold lightning. Even a supreme martial artist would be killed with a single strike. There was no chance of survival. It was truly a case of one man guarding the pass against 10,000 enemies. The more he did so, the more regret and fear the masked leader felt. Indeed, he had been trying to buy time for Dong Tianlong and the others to recover so that he could grasp the entire situation in his hands. That damned Xia Bingchuan, he actually lied to us. Yun Xiaoyao was only waiting for Dong Tianlong to recover. Once he did, he would flee immediately. When that time came, he would not be able to stay no matter what. If they wanted to kill Yun Xiaoyao, they could only do so while Dong Tianlong and the others had yet to recover. Cries of agony rose and fell. In just a short while, more than 400 people had already lost their lives to Yun Xiaoyao's sword. Yun Xiaoyao was still unscathed up until now, even his expression did not change in the slightest. Once the masked leader confirmed that he had been tricked, he grew increasingly hysterical and began to add fuel to the fire. He desperately commanded his subordinates to charge forward like moths to a flame, wave after wave, without any signs of stopping. Yun Xiaoyao, even if you're made of steel, you'll still die from exhaustion. I'd like to see how many people you can kill. The leader of the masked men roared angrily, I have 5,000 men here. Can you kill them all? Yun Xiaoyao did not make a sound, his moon-white robe weaving in and out of the crowd. His sword light was sharp to the extreme, every move he made was a killing blow. The corpses in front of him increased in number and thickness. Fresh blood had long soaked the hillside and flowed downwards, forming a small river. The stench of blood filled the air. The number of corpses increased, almost filling up the hillside. Those who charged up from behind could only fight over their companions' corpses, they had no time to drag the corpses back. Those who intended to drag the corpses had long been killed by Yun Xiaoyao at the first moment. 600 people, 800, 1,200. 2,000 people had charged up, but Yun Xiaoyao's sword was still as powerful as the wind, his power undiminished. The leader of the masked men was already drenched in cold sweat behind his mask, his face pale. How could Yun Xiaoyao be so powerful? A total of 2,000 cultivators above the heaven mystic realm, any one of them would be an overlord in any part of the continent. Now, they had all perished with just a flick of his finger, buried here. Behind them, the rest of the masked men in black wore complicated gazes, tinged with fear. In such a small space, they could not unleash the power of a siege, they could only charge forward in waves to add fuel to the fire. In spite of this, it was impossible to contain Yun Xiaoyao with only these people attacking him from all sides. Before Yun Xiaoyao's speedy sword, the besieging men could not even self-destruct. They had just gathered their energy, at the moment when they were about to explode, there would naturally be a strike. After the strike, Yun Xiaoyao would vanish immediately, the self-destructors would either not be able to trigger the self-destruction in time or kill or injure their own comrades. After this happened 7 to 8 times, no one dared to resort to self-destruction anymore. Self-destruction would take away dozens of their comrades. It was useless against the enemy. What was the point of trying? No matter how powerful the attack, or how exquisite the technique, it was completely useless against Yun Xiaoyao's speedy sword. It would only be reduced to a single strike of the sword and die. Whether it was those who participated in the siege or those who were watching from the back, everyone was shaken. Yun Xiaoyao, the unrivaled expert in the world, was truly deserving of his title. He had even surpassed the legendary Ling Xiaozui now. A total of 3,000 people charged up the hill, one after the other, but not a single one of them returned. All of them had perished on this path of death. Yun Xiaoyao howled, his voice echoing in the air. I, Yun, have been at war all my life, but this is the first time I've attacked the empire of Yutong's warriors. This time, it will be the strongest, most ruthless, and most vicious attack I've ever made in my life. Isn't this the greatest irony of all? This is fate, this is fate. Yun Xiaoyao howled into the sky, his spirit piercing through the sky. Less than 2,000 of the 5,000 masked men in black were left. It was nearing dusk. On the hill, Yun Xiaoyao's moon-white robe could not help but be stained with blood, turning into a bloody robe from head to toe. No matter how fast his sword and movement skills were, too many people had died around him, too many corpses had piled up, the stench of blood permeated the air. It was inevitable that his robe would be stained. The great battle came to an abrupt end for a short rest. The masked men in black saw that the situation was hopeless, so they tried to think of another way. Judging from the current situation, even if all 5,000 men were to die, they would not be able to do anything to King Yun. Even if they summoned the second layer of help from the outside, they might not be able to do anything to King Yun. Without an absolute suppression of combat power, they would not be able to do anything to King Yun, who was in perfect condition. He lifted his head to look, only to see Yun Xiaoyao still standing on the hill, sword in hand, his eyes looking at him coldly. The only difference from before was that he was panting slightly. He did not look very tired. The masked man in black was incomparably dejected, thinking that it would be difficult to kill Yun Xiaoyao today. He had already tried his best to overestimate Yun Xiaoyao's cultivation base and had even set up layers of traps, thinking that it was already flawless. However, he still did not expect Yun Xiaoyao's combat power to actually reach such an earth-shattering level. King Yun's skill is impeccable, truly worthy of the title of the world's top expert. Just as he was about to say a few words and leave, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Yun Xiaoyao's eyes, he fixed his gaze on them, wanting to confirm something. Yun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and said faintly, I am already at the end of my tether. Why don't you continue fighting? I may not be able to hold on. The masked man's gaze turned unprecedentedly sharp as he stared at Yun Xiaoyao's face. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh. King Yun, I have indeed fallen for your trick. Yun Xiaoyao said no more. You were poisoned and injured. You were forcefully suppressing it before this. I never thought that you could actually suppress it until now, when you were injured, without showing any signs of weakness. You actually managed to suppress it for as long as 4 hours in such a brutal battle. I'm impressed. Yun Xiaoyao remained silent and unmoving. It's a pity that you finally can't suppress it any longer. The masked man in black guffawed. Your voice, your mannerisms, they are still flawless, but your face is starting to turn green. Even your hands are turning green. Your eyeballs no longer have the whites of your eyes, only the color of green. The poison in your body must have traveled through all the meridians in your body in the battle just now, right? King Yun, are you still going to put on an act now that things have come to this? Yun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, his body swaying. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, You're right. I am indeed deeply poisoned. It has traveled through all the meridians in my body. Even if the gods of heaven were to descend upon this world, it would still be useless. But I reckon that, other than the 3,000 people I've killed, there will be at least 1,000 people who will be buried with me before I die. He smiled faintly and said, among them, you, Lin Yunlong, will be included. Lin Yunlong, the son of a family of generals in the Empire of Yutong. The Lin family had fought on the battlefield in their early years, but in the war decades ago, the head of the Lin family, who was also the assistant marshal of the army, had been ambushed and captured, defecting to the enemy. The Lin family was then banished from the circle of nobles by the imperial family and had not been used for many years. Once disloyal, 100 times over. Unexpectedly, as Yutong's family of generals withered, the Lin family was revived as well. Indeed, a new ruler brought his own courtiers. Lin Yunlong said fiercely, King Yun is indeed resourceful. Even at the last moment, you still set me up. This is the shame of my life. But it doesn't matter, King Yun will fall here eventually. This lowly general has the achievement of killing the world's unrivaled expert, so it's not too shameful. Yun Xiaoyao said disdainfully, that's why I said that you're still far from it. If it had been Tai Zheng, Fu Baogua, Sun Zihu, or anyone else, such a shallow psychological attack would not have succeeded at all. Your established strategy is to stall for time. Even if there are changes in the situation, you will still drag it out to the end. Only by believing in your own judgment, believing in your own deployment, and believing in your own men who tried to assassinate me earlier, this is the heart of a general to win. You, on the other hand, possess the heart of a general. You doubt yourself, and it's even more difficult for you to believe in your colleagues. You've even wavered in the decisions that you've laid out and plotted. You change your mind constantly and are too easily influenced by others. A person like you won't be able to become a famous general in the continent even if you were to fight for another 1,000 years. Lin Yunlong tore off his mask and bellowed furiously, Yun Xiaoyao, how dare you look down on me? He had always addressed King Yun as a sign of respect, but now that his scar had been exposed, he felt that his dignity had been damaged and could no longer hold back his rage. Be it in the field of literature or martial arts, as a general or a general, what right do you have for me to look up to you? Yun Xiaoyao raised the long sword in his hand slightly and hollered, Lin Yunlong, it's my turn to charge down now. Order your subordinates to guard by your side. If you can't stop me, you'll die. Don't even think of running for your life. With your speed, you won't be able to escape. You can only hope that before I die from the poison, your subordinates will be able to protect you, using their lives to ensure your survival. The sword gleamed brightly as sword energy shot out from the tip of the sword. The aura of life and death increased exponentially. Lin Yunlong's face was ashen, he did not fare any better than Yun Xiaoyao. Now, it was no longer a question of whether or not they could attack the hillside and take down Yun Xiaoyao, it was a question of their own safety. If he had not fallen for the trap just now, with 5,000 experts surrounding him with smaller formations surrounding him, no matter how capable Yun Xiaoyao was, he would only be trapped within the layers of formations if he rushed down. Even if there were casualties on his side, it would not be as severe as it was now. Perhaps they would only need to sacrifice 1,000 men to kill Yun Xiaoyao. Now, however, 3,000 of the original 5,000 were gone. The interlocking formations were broken, and countless important links were no longer present. What was left was to fight with brute force. It was truly painful to fall into such a trap. However, he would not resign himself to his fate. With a roar, 2,000 men formed a large circle, protecting Lin Yunlong in the middle. Lin Yunlong was selfish and ruthless. As long as he could survive and complete his mission, he would not even blink even if all 5,000 of his men were to be wiped out. Now, in order to preserve his own life, he naturally had to be even more vigilant. Yun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and stood on the hillside, sword in hand. He did not rush down immediately, but said faintly, Lin Yunlong, are you ready? Lin Yunlong grew even more anxious. Could he withstand the dying blow of the world's unrivaled expert? At this moment, Dong Tianling leaped up and came to Yun Xiaoyao's side. Uncle, how are you? Dong Tianling's cultivation base was already at the pinnacle of this world. Although his previous injuries were severe, the 4 hours of recuperation that Yun Xiaoyao had fought for had allowed him to recover to 60% of his condition. Now, he was able to make it. Yun Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice, I am now completely drained of energy, unable to continue. The poison from the dagger is indeed tyrannical. It has entered my blood vessels and spread throughout my entire body. There's really no cure for it. Now, my dantian has been burnt to a crisp. I can't even see with my eyes. I can still stand, but that's my limit. I can't even move a little. Little Lang, take the people and leave immediately. This is our last chance to escape. Seize it. Dong Tianling's eyes reddened, feeling his heart sink. Don't throw a tantrum. Yun Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice, as long as I'm still standing here, Lin Yunlong won't dare to act recklessly. That's why I can't move. Once I move, I'll collapse and I won't be able to get up again. You have to leave immediately to preserve your life. I have one more thing to ask of you. Dong Tianling held back the grief in his heart, but his tears fell continuously. Please speak, uncle. Yun Xiaoyao said slowly, in my residence, in the study room, under the chair I usually sit on, there's a secret chamber. There are 2 letters and some of Yun Yang's mother's belongings in that secret chamber. Take those things with you and hide your tracks temporarily. I believe that Yun Yang will return to this world one day. When he returns, find him and pass the items to him. Please. Dong Tianling nodded firmly. Uncle, I will remember this. He did not know that Yun Yang was Yun Xiaoyao's adopted son. To a certain extent, Yun Yang could only be considered a partner. It was only later that a true father-son relationship had developed. If Yun Yang were here, he would know immediately that Yun Xiaoyao was only saying this to get Dong Tianling to leave quickly. The so-called letters and belongings were all fabricated. Even the secret chamber was most likely made up. However, Dong Tianling did not know all of this. Promise me that you'll pass those things to Yun Yang. This is my lifelong regret. Don't let Yun Yang be left with such a regret. Yun Xiaoyao closed his eyes, his expression surprisingly calm. However, a silhouette seemed to appear before his eyes. It was a youth who had entered the residence of Marquis Xiaoyao in the snow. Marquis Yun, do you still remember our past relationship? I have something. Later on, the youth had his identity as a disguise and began his own plan. Later on, the youth stood above the 9 heavens, waving the wind and clouds, treading on the mountains and rivers, establishing the opportunity for the Empire of Yutong to unify the world. A smile appeared on his face as he murmured, I, Yun Xiaoyao, have long had no regrets to have a son like this in this life. It's just that. I really want to see you again. In his eyes, thin streams of green blood flowed out bit by bit. The deadly poison of absolute domination had finally flared up, unable to be suppressed any longer. However, he did not wipe it away as he hollered in a low voice, Go. Dong Tianling howled and suddenly knelt down to kowtow a few times. Uncle, I'm going. I won't let you down. Without waiting for Yun Xiaoyao's reply, he covered his face and ran. Go. He sprinted all the way, his tears falling to the ground. Only Yun Xiaoyao was left on the hill. His eyes were closed, a nonchalant, mocking smile still plastered on his face. The sword in his hand was planted on the ground, the sword light glinting. The murderous aura emanating from him did not subside because of his injuries, instead, it continued to rise. At the foot of the hill, Lin Yunlong looked at Yun Xiaoyao who stood proudly on the hill, his eyes filled with fear and dread. "King Yun, what are you waiting for?" Yun Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "Lin Yunlong, you should be aware of your disparity in the art of war formations. You're distracted, your state of mind is even more chaotic. The iron bucket formation you've set up now is full of flaws. Considering that you're a member of the Lin family and can be considered a family of Yutong's generals, I'll give you a chance." He said faintly, "If I take the opportunity to kill you now, it would be an unfair victory. I'm sure you won't be satisfied. I'll give you a chance to rearrange your formation. Let's see if this king can take your head with one strike of my sword under the formation you're most proud of." Lin Yunlong's expression changed as he turned to look. How could he not know that the formation he had set up in a hurry was full of flaws? However, he was afraid that Yun Xiaoyao would charge down at the very next moment. Where would he have the time to arrange it in detail? Hearing Yun Xiaoyao's words, he was overjoyed and blurted out, "Do you mean what you said?" Yun Xiaoyao chuckled coldly. Childish. Although he had been scolded, Lin Yunlong was not angered. Instead, he laughed. "Since you insist on seeking death, give me time to arrange it calmly. I'll make sure you die in my hands. Listen to my command, set up the formation." Lin Yunlong began to set up the formation. There were some things that had not been thought through. To live or to die, this was the question. GT. Chapter 1425. Time trickled by. Night had finally fallen, and the light of dawn was nowhere to be seen. Amidst the darkness, Lin Yunlong could vaguely see that Yun Xiaoyao was on the hillside, unmoving. As he pondered and changed the formation continuously, he felt that his plan was foolproof. He was finally relieved and said, "King Yun, if you wish to take my life, this is your only chance." Yun Xiaoyao did not answer. Lin Yunlong said, "King Yun, I am waiting to see how King Yun is going to take this Lin's life amidst these thousands of soldiers and horses." Yun Xiaoyao remained silent. Lin Yunlong frowned. He ordered the torches to be lit. Under the illumination of the fire, Yun Xiaoyao stood on the hillside, unmoving. He did not charge down. The light reflected off the sword in Yun Xiaoyao's hand, gleaming brightly. After a while, Yun Xiaoyao still did not move. Is he going to trick me into attacking first? Is he going to charge down to kill me while the troops are attacking me? Lin Yunlong pondered. He wanted to order them to charge up several times, but he did not have the courage to do so. He felt a chill on his neck and his head swayed as if it could fall off his neck at any time. After a few moments of hesitation, it was already midnight. Yun Xiaoyao was still standing on top, unmoving. Could he have died from the poison? Lin Yunlong tried calling out a few more times. There was still no movement. Finally, it seemed that he had died from the poison. Lin Yunlong hesitated no more. Attack! He has been playing tricks in front of me for so long. Carry his body down. Lin Yunlong roared. A loud boom resounded. The military order was as firm as a mountain. 2,000 soldiers charged forward. Let's see how ugly this man's heart can be. A leisurely voice rang. Then, a brilliant white light rose abruptly from the hillside. It was as if a sun had suddenly risen in the silent night, blinding everyone with their eyes wide open. Rays of sword energy swept in all directions. Yunyang and Shengguan Lingxiu changed directions from the cemetery of gods and finally passed through the passage. They flew all the way down, passing through the clouds and entering a forest. They then flew out of the forest immediately. Now, the two of them were walking in a small town at the border. Coincidentally, this place belonged to the Empire of Zhou and was now the Empire of Yutong's Zhou path. Back then, Yunyang had barged into Zhou in a fit of rage and killed his way in and out of the city. Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. With the help of the two mystical beasts, ghosts and deities wept. In the end, it even attracted the water of the Lunar Soul River and almost turned this area into a Dragon King palace. There was also Shangguan Lingxiu. Back then, she had led the Shangguan family's servants to receive General Wudi's coffin. Now that they were revisiting this place, their hearts were filled with emotions. He felt as if he had been in a trance for a lifetime. Yunyang purposely went to look for the Moor python and the yellow bear as soon as he could. The two beasts, Xiaohua and Xiaohe, were sound asleep. The yellow bear had yet to recover to its peak, and the Moor python had been protecting it closely. The two of them depended on each other for survival and had endured for so many years. Anyway, in this area, no one had the ability to harm the two of them, so their days were quite comfortable. Seeing Yunyang, the two mystical beasts were extremely affectionate. The Moor python, Xiaohua, dilly-dallied beside Yunyang, hissing and sticking its tongue out. Its face was full of dissatisfaction as it complained. It was fine in the beginning when you weren't here. Some people knew that the two beast kings here are Lord Supreme Cloud's friends, and that Lord Supreme Cloud had gone on a killing spree for the yellow bear. No one dared to come and offend you. However, since last year, some practitioners have begun to stir. During this period of time, there have been groups of practitioners coming in to capture the mystical beasts. The Moor python and the yellow bear remembered Yunyang's instructions to not harm humans, but they had almost suffered a great loss. If it were not for the Moor python's invulnerability and sturdy scales, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest by the heavy bows and arrows. Now, this area had regained its original glory as a forbidden land. Yunyang was stunned. How could this be? This should not have happened. Yunyang left a massive amount of cultivation resources for the two mystical beasts and imprinted cultivation methods into their minds before he bade them farewell reluctantly. When my cultivation is successful in the future, I shall ascend to the Palace of 9 Supremes. By then, just mention my name and show my token, and you will be able to enter unimpeded. Seeing that Yunyang was about to leave again, the two mystical beasts were reluctant to part with him, lingering around him for a long time. The miniature bear and snake slithered around Yunyang's body, sticking to his face, reluctant to leave. After a long time, they finally returned to the dense forest, looking back 3 times with every step. Why didn't you take them away directly? Shangguan Lingxiu asked. The test of ascension is the most important stage for them. If they followed me and entered the bound of universe directly, they would have one less trial. Yunyang chuckled bitterly. Besides, these two little fellows didn't want to follow me. Just now, even if they had shown such an intention, I would have taken them away directly, but they didn't. They treated me as a friend, not a master. This is completely different. Yunyang was a little disappointed. They are free, and the most precious thing to them is their freedom. I don't want to take it away. Shangguan Lingxiu sighed as well. The two mystical beasts turned back 3 times with every step. Although they were reluctant to leave, they had still gone back resolutely. She could see this as well. Despite their reluctance, they had their own goals. Perhaps they could not do anything if they were taken away forcefully, but if they had a choice, they would still want to be kings in their own territory. This was the freedom of every king of the mystical beasts. Let's go to the city. Yunyang, who walked out of the forest, looked grim. I want to see what has changed in this world. Back then, who in the Empire of Zio did not know that Yunyang had slaughtered countless people for the two mystical beasts? Even when the two countries were at war, the Empire of Zio's army dared not enter when they passed by the edge of the dense forest. What if they angered Supreme Cloud and he came back again? It had only been a few years. Yunyang did not believe that there would be such a drastic change after Yutong unified the world. There was actually no need to enter Zilong City. It was just outside the city. With Yunyang and Shangguan Lingxiu's current deific consciousness and hearing, they could hear all the sounds in the city clearly. I didn't expect the 9 Supremes to be like this. It's not a big deal, to put it bluntly. They're just a bunch of men of sacrifice, that's all. However, the royal men of sacrifice are still different from those of the wealthy families. All the achievements have been exaggerated, to intimidate the world. I see. The Empire of Yutong is really good. I have to say, this is a brilliant move. Using the 9 Supremes to intimidate the world, the other countries are subconsciously weaker. They also use the 9 Supremes to attract the world's attention while the Empire of Yutong secretly develops its military and pacifies the world in one battle. If the world wasn't unified, who would know that the Empire of Yutong's royalty is actually such a great strategist? What a marvelous work of art. I'm impressed. Playing the world's heroes in the palm of their hands with such an easy trick. The Yutong royalty is truly deserving of this world. So Qiu Jianhan, Leng Daoyin, and the rest were involved in this as well, and played a significant role in it. Hush. If it wasn't for this, how could those big shots resign one by one after the 9 Supreme School's rebellion was quelled? This is the merit of pacifying the world. If it wasn't for this, how could they just walk away like this? Of course, if there's no reason, who would be willing to give up such riches and honor? But I heard that Supreme Cloud was outside Zilong City at that time, creating waves thousands of feet high with a wave of his hand. You've seen it? No. I've never seen it. That's right, I've never seen it either. Ask around, who in the entire city has seen it? It's just an exaggeration. The 9 Supremes have been turned into gods by you ignorant fools who follow blindly. What a joke. They were utterly ashamed. The implications of this matter are too great. If Supreme Cloud hadn't rebelled, he could have continued to be a god. It's a pity that he was too eager to ruin his bright future. Now that the imperial edict has come down, the temples of the 9 Supremes are to be demolished. Has Supreme Cloud come out? I don't think so. Yes, why hasn't he come out? I'm guessing that Supreme Cloud must have been killed. Otherwise, how could he not come out after years of hard work gone to waste? It's just that the royalty doesn't want to announce this news. If it were you, would you expose yourself to kill a meritorious official? You're right, there were all sorts of explanations like this. Supreme Cloud rebelled, the 9 Supremes rebelled, but they were just tools to ask for rewards after the world was settled. Dissatisfied with what they got, they did this and that. Everything had a nose and eyes. Shangguan Lingxiu and Yun Yang's faces were as black as the bottom of a wok after listening for a long time. The millions of people outside and inside the city were either talking about other things, but as long as they were discussing the 9 Supremes, there was not a single good word about the 9 Supremes and Supreme Cloud. How could this be? Shangguan Lingxiu's eyes were round with shock. Who's spreading this? Are the people from the Empire of Zio looking to die? Yunyang pondered and smirked. I'm afraid it's not Zio's matter. Let's go back to Tiantang City. Yunyang's expression was grim. The voices in Zilong City had given Yunyang a rough idea of what was going on. The emperor's funeral? Yu Qianquan's succession? The Shangguan family of generals' retirement? Qiu Jianhan's retirement? Leng Daoyin's retirement? Fang Qingtian's retirement? Tai Zheng's departure without saying goodbye? Fu Baoguo's whereabouts were unknown. All of these were earth-shattering. It was the complete opposite of what Yun Yang had expected. Just what was going on. Moreover, all the temples of the 9 Supremes in the world had been demolished and their statues smashed. Had the folklore become like this as well? Was this still the Empire of Yutong? What had happened for the sun and moon to be turned upside down? As they made their way back, the closer they were to Yutong, the more versions and the more curses there were. There were those who scolded the 9 Supremes for being ambitious, those who scolded Supreme Cloud for being reckless and rebelling, those who said that Supreme Cloud was arrogant and disobeyed the law, those who said that Supreme Cloud had killed the innocent. Even Yun Yang felt that if he were to only listen to these rumors, it would not be enough to quell the public's anger even if Supreme Cloud killed him 100 times. Tiantang City was right in front of them. Yun Yang could hear everything without even entering. The discussions in Tiantang City were even more heated. Yun Yang's expression was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. It was one thing that he did not care about: his reputation. He did not want to be a world's mentor either. However, when he left, the people of the world could not wait to praise him when they heard his name, to bow down when they saw his portrait. Now that he had returned, he was a mouse that everyone wanted to beat up. Yun Yang could not stand the disparity in treatment. He had thought that he would be worshipped the moment he returned. He had been thinking of not exposing his identity, of hiding his identity. He wanted to keep a low profile. Now it was all over. It was absolutely impossible to not expose his identity. Once his identity was exposed, the streets would be filled with rotten eggs and vegetables that would be thrown at him. Have I fallen to such a terrible state in the empire of Yutang? Yun Yang was fuming with rage. Retrieving the 9 Heavens dictum, he contacted Shui Wuyin at once. However, after contacting Shui Wuyin, the other party's weak voice that sounded like he was about to die and the words that came out of his mouth made Yun Yang's expression change. His murderous intent rose abruptly. You're back? Quick, go to Tianxian Cliff and save King Yun. Quick, quick. Chapter 1426. Save King Yun quickly. Yun Yang's expression changed. What was wrong with Yun Xiaoyao? Was he in danger? What was the meaning of Tianxian Cliff? However, he did not pursue the matter further. Shui Wuyin, who was on the other end of the call, was so weak that he looked like he was about to die. Yun Yang could sense this all too well. After all, Yun Yang's current cultivation base had long surpassed the limits of this world. With a single thought, he had already sent a gust of spiritual force through the mystical connection between the 9 Heavens dictum and Shui Wuyin. Although it was only a gust of spiritual force, it was enough to keep Shui Wuyin's soul from being destroyed and his life intact. In the Tianxian continent, as long as the soul existed, it was not an incurable problem to Yun Yang, even if the physical body was damaged. Yun Yang's mental strength had also spread far and wide the moment the gust of spiritual force was sent out, confirming Shui Wuyin's location and understanding his situation. Shui Wuyin's current situation was not good. He was in a precarious situation and his life was at stake, but he still desperately wanted Yun Yang to save Yun Xiaoyao. How could Yun Yang not understand the meaning behind it? How could he not be shocked? Go to the family of generals, I'll go after you. Yun Yang instructed. With a flash, the space in front of him tore apart with a single thought and he took a step out. Shengguan Lingxiu did the same. She sensed briefly and tore the space apart as well, stepping into it. To both of them, it was too easy to find someone in this world. If it were not for the fact that this world was relatively low for both of them, it would not be able to withstand the air exhaled by their cultivation method and they could move even faster. After all, with their current cultivation base, they could kill a saint or even a royal saint cultivator with just a breath. Tianxian Cliff. With a single thought, Yun Yang traveled 20,000 miles in an instant through the strange realm of space, arriving at Tianxian Mountain and the Temple of 9 Supremes. Looking around, he was stunned. There was no sign of Yun Xiaoyao's aura around. Not only around the Temple of 9 Supremes, there was no sign of him within 10,000 miles. There was no sign of Yun Xiaoyao in the capital, no sign of him within 10,000 miles of Tianxian Cliff or Zio. Where had Yun Xiaoyao gone? Yun Yang suddenly felt an indescribable fear growing from the bottom of his heart, difficult to suppress. With this thought in mind, Yun Yang no longer had any fear. His deific consciousness exploded to its limit, spreading it across the world, the 5 continents, the 4 seas, the sky, the earth, and the sea, searching everywhere he could. But still, there was nothing. At this moment, there were still thousands of soldiers tearing down the Temple of 9 Supremes on Tianxian Cliff. The indiscriminate search allowed Yun Yang to sense traces of a battle at the edge of the forest hundreds of miles away. That place was actually one of the few places in this world that still had Yun Xiaoyao's aura. Yun Yang collapsed with a single step. He stared at the scarred hillside. The hillside was covered in countless dark red bloodstains and crisscrossing sword marks. Yun Yang studied the sword marks carefully, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer contained. He could sense that these were indeed marks left behind by Yun Xiaoyao's battle. Only Yun Xiaoyao's sword of delirium could emit such sword energy. Upon closer inspection, he could even faintly sense Yun Xiaoyao's sword energy and sword intent. With a lift of his wrist, the ground in front of him flipped over abruptly, neat and tidy. Dust and smoke actually did not rise. Looking again, there were still bloodstains. The battle earlier had probably been too brutal, as a large amount of blood had seeped more than 2 feet into the ground. Looking at this situation, at least 3,000 people must have been killed. Their blood must have been drained to cause such a result. Just by looking at the sword energy and the bloodstains, Yun Yang could completely imagine how brutal the battle had been here. It was a battle between one person and thousands of people. One person against thousands of martial artists with extraordinary cultivation base. Now, both parties were nowhere to be seen. Yun Yang carefully searched every inch of the battlefield, ignoring the troops who were still destroying the Temple of 9 Supremes on Tianxian Cliff, not even sparing them a glance. To Yun Yang, Yun Xiaoyao's life and death were above everything else in this world. Even the Temple of 9 Supremes could not be bothered with him. This piece of cloth. Looking at the green cloth in the forest behind the hillside, Yun Yang frowned. Dong Tianlong? Had he participated in this battle too? With a single thought, Yun Yang located Dong Tianlong immediately by following the aura of the torn clothes. He realized that Dong Tianlong was wrapped in bandages and his eyes were filled with rage. Dong Tianlong's grief and indignation had reached a boiling point as he cursed hysterically. Heal yourself quickly. Get me the best medicine. F***ck, I'll be in charge of the Dong family from now on. I'll fight it out with that D***Mned Yutong's little emperor. Your father doesn't want the family anymore, all of them F***king become assassins. Your father wants him to be the empire, King bird. Your father will kill them one by one, all the F***king officials of Yutong, your father will kill them all. Let that child be a loner in name only. Leave the dog emperor alive, kill him last. Damn it. If others don't do it, your father will do it myself. After cursing, she burst into tears again. Uncle Yun. Sob sob sob. I will definitely avenge you. Just you wait, I'll send the entire empire of Yutong down to be buried with you. Sob sob sob. Every word was like a cuckoo weeping blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Boom. A domineering, murderous aura erupted without warning, shaking the heaven and earth. An unfathomable abyss appeared on the ground, thousands of miles long and 1,000 feet wide. Smoke and dust filled the air, blocking out the sun and the sky. Within thousands of miles, one could not even see their own fingers. Without exception, everyone within this area was shaken to the point of being thrown off their feet. All of them turned their heads to look in shock. In that instant, everyone felt a strong killing intent that they had never felt before. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed, and they could not even breathe. Their hearts stopped beating at that moment. When Yun Yang had heard Dong Tianlong's words, his heart had palpitated and he had lost his composure. His murderous intent had lost control and exploded. That moment of ignorance had almost caused the entire Tianxian continent to sink. Yun Yang was already at the pinnacle of the half-saint level, only a hair's breadth away from the realm of saint. His current cultivation base and ability had far exceeded the limit of Tianxian continent. He had to rein in his aura carefully at all times, otherwise, a single thought, a single stray of mystical qi, could cause great damage to the continent with every movement. It was fortunate that Yun Yang had come to his senses in time just now and had only created a huge canyon. If he had been a little late in retracting his attack, even if it was not an apocalypse, a portion of the continent would have sunk. Not too far away, Dong Tianling, whose cultivation base was far superior to the others, was especially sensitive to the change. For a moment, he felt the world shaking and the universe turning upside down. It was as if his soul had left his body. Then, his vision blurred and a purple-robed person was already standing in front of him. Dong Tianling tried his best to calm himself and looked up. Seeing the familiar gaze, he could not help exclaiming, "Boss? You're back?" Yun Yang closed his eyes to suppress the raging anger within him and asked softly, "Little Leng, what is going on?" Dong Tianling bawled. "Boss, why are you only back now? Go save uncle quickly." Yun Yang sighed softly. "I've gone to the battlefield to take a look. My father isn't there, there's no trace of him at all. What is going on? Tell me everything from the beginning." Dong Tianling gritted his teeth and said, "It's very simple. That little emperor was overweening in his desire to hold power. He was perverse and insane." As Dong Tianling spoke, Yun Yang's expression grew darker and darker. At the same time, he spread his deific consciousness to a radius of 10,000 miles, searching diligently, trying to find the remnant of Yun Xiaoyao's soul. According to the traces left behind in the battle, the chances of Yun Xiaoyao surviving by sheer luck were almost zero. However, Yun Yang had pinned his hopes on Yun Xiaoyao's profound cultivation base to preserve the remnant of his soul. Even if it was only a sliver of it, there was still hope for his soul to return and extend his life. However, Yun Yang had searched the entire radius of 10,000 miles again and again, but to no avail. During the search, Yun Yang had found many remnant souls that had been killed by Yun Xiaoyao. However, no matter how carefully Yun Yang searched, there was nothing more to be gained, only disappointment after disappointment. After another round of indiscriminate searching, Yun Yang was enraged. A gust of mental energy swept outwards, annihilating all the remnant souls, turning them into ashes and beyond redemption. Just like that, a gust of black smoke rose from a piece of land thousands of miles away. It was the last trace of countless remnant souls that had been annihilated at the same time. The soldiers of Tianxian Cliff who were 100 miles away suddenly felt chills run down their spines. It was as if countless souls were crying, begging, despairing, but they were eternally annihilated under an unparalleled force. Dong Tianling did not know much about the 9 Supremes and the changes in the imperial court. After all, he only mentioned Lin Yunlong as a clue, the rest were mostly vague and hard to determine. As Yun Yang listened anxiously, he swept Dong Tianling and the others up and chased after Qiu Yunsan and Chun Wanfeng. Then, with a gust of wind, they suddenly went to the Qiu family's old home. Since Qiu Jianhan had gone into seclusion, he had been hiding in a small, secluded courtyard deep within the Qiu family's old home. He looked gloomy all day long, his anger slowly fading away. On this day, he had just taken out his goblet and poured himself some fine wine, but his eyes were glued to the goblet, unable to drink it no matter what. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. At this moment, these 4 words were no longer an idiom, but a real feeling. His throat seemed to be blocked tightly, even when the fine wine was right in front of him, there was no room for it to enter his throat. Old Marshal Qiu heaved a long sigh and murmured to himself, "How did it come to this? How did it come to this?" Ever since he had returned to his old home, he had mumbled this to himself no less than 10,000 times. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that things would come to this. How did it come to this day, one step at a time? He recalled the intelligent child who had grown into an adult step by step, transforming step by step into the heir to the imperial court, and now, ascending to the throne. It was not that everyone had not felt it since the beginning, that this child had a strong desire for power, a desire to control that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. However, that was one of the traits of a ruler, so it was not strange at all. However, as the world changed, how had it come to such a perverse and insane state? Why is this happening? Xiao Jianhan frowned at the goblet, unable to figure it out. Old Marshal. A familiar and friendly voice that he had not heard for a long time rang out. Xiao Jianhan lifted his head abruptly, looking lost as if he was dreaming. Am I dreaming again? This was because this voice had appeared in his midnight dreams too many times. However, when he woke up from the joy, there was only disappointment. At this moment, a purple silhouette stood before him. It was a handsome face that he had not seen for a long time, real and genuine. Old Marshal, you're not dreaming. I'm back. Xiao Jianhan looked at Yun Yang in a daze, still in disbelief. He extended his hand and touched Yun Yang's face shakily, his expression changing from confusion to shock. Then, he abruptly retracted his hand and covered his face with both hands, bawling loudly. You're finally back. But why are you only back now? Why didn't you come back earlier? The old marshal covered his face, crying his heart out. Droplets of tears seeped through the gaps between his fingers and dripped onto the ground, drenching it instantly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small yard that Qiu Jianhan stayed in was filled with people. The Qiu family had turned the internal martial arts hall into a banquet hall to receive the guests who had suddenly arrived. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yun Yang had gone back and forth a few times, bringing Ling Daoyin, Tai Zheng, and the others here. Old Mistress Shangguan had also come along with Shangguan Lingxiu. The heroes who had created Yutong and pacified the world had gathered once again, but they could not help but sigh. Everyone had a bellyful of bitterness and confusion. Old Marshal Qiu took the lead and recounted everything that had happened during this period of time in detail, sighing as he spoke. When he talked about the old emperor's passing, everyone, including Yun Yang, felt a wave of sadness. His Majesty was still very healthy when I left. I dare not say much, but he should be fine for at least 10 to 20 years. How did he suddenly become like this? Yun Yang was puzzled. The dead are gone. His Majesty is gone. How is King Yun? Is he safe? The crowd asked in unison. I'm still searching. Yun Yang's expression grew darker. The mention of the dead being gone had obviously tugged at Yun Yang's heartstrings again. Yun Yang's deific consciousness was still searching. He did not slack off for even a moment, expanding the search area further. His deific consciousness stretched far and wide, covering all the lands within 30,000 miles of Tianxian Cliff, including the mountains and swamps. Even the most secluded caves and underground caverns had been searched. In the process of searching, he had even found many ancient tombs of previous generations. In spite of this, Yun Xiaoyao seemed to have vanished from this world. The battle had only happened yesterday, but there were no more traces left behind. If he was alive, he could not be found; if he was dead, his corpse could not be found. What surprised Yun Yang the most was that Yun Xiaoyao was nowhere to be found. Dong Tianling had mentioned that those who had besieged Yun Xiaoyao were nowhere to be found as well. With Yun Xiaoyao's state at the time, it was impossible for him to have killed all of them. Even if he had gone to the extremes of self-destruction, he could not have erased all traces. All in all, something was not right. Something was terribly wrong. Furthermore, Yun Yang could vaguely feel that everything that was happening now was sinister. How old was Yu Qiankuan? Even if he was born with the root of evil, heartless, and insane, there was no reason for him to become so evil and extreme in such a short period of time. What he had done was basically breaking his own wings and destroying his own foundation. How could this be the behavior of a qualified emperor? The old emperor's death was also a mystery that was shrouded in mystery. Some of Yun Yang's questions seemed to have been answered after listening to what the crowd had to say, but there were more that he did not understand and could not understand. Lord Supreme Cloud, what do you plan to do when you reappear in this world? Tai Zheng asked. Tai Zheng's eyes were ablaze with rage. It was the flame of hatred. The unrivaled marshal of the world was burning with rage. If he were to allow this rage to be unleashed, Yun Yang believed that it would be a calamity for the world and the people would be plunged into misery. With Tai Zheng's current reputation and the military capability that he had retired from, it was not a difficult task to gather a force to fight against Yutang. To put it bluntly, these people here did not even need Yun Yang to do anything when they joined forces. They alone could plunge Tianxian continent into the flames of war and bring it back to chaos. It was even possible to overthrow Yutang's rule. However, the more Yun Yang thought about this world, the more confused he became. He could vaguely feel that there was a dark hand behind the current changes. Perhaps the world being torn apart and returning to chaos was the other party's true intention. There's something wrong with this. Yun Yang subconsciously looked at the people around him, Fang Qingtian, the Shengguan family of generals, Qiu Jianhan, Leng Daoyin, Sun Zihu, Fu Baogua, Tai Zheng, and so on, including the steel-faced man, Wu Lai. These people were all important officials of Yutang, important officials, loyal to the end of their lives. The more Yun Yang looked, the more he felt that something was amiss. It was not because of anything else, but because the people were too complete. Not a single one of them had died. This was not right. Yun Yang asked slowly amidst the heavy atmosphere, Tai Zheng, you escaped on your own. How many of your central generals, trusted assistant generals, personal guards, including your family warriors, your family, your kin? How many of them came out? Tai Zheng was taken aback and said, all of them. Yun Yang frowned and asked, how many of them exactly? Not a single one of them was injured? Tai Zheng thought about it and said, the total number of people is probably more than 5,000. Our escape that day was very smooth, not a single one of us was injured. It's just that some of them were injured in the pursuit. Yun Yang was taken aback, turning to look at Fang Qingtian. Fang Qingtian said in a decrepit manner, this old man's disciples, 8 of them are still alive. 7 of them came out with us. Their kin have passed away, not a single one of them was injured. Adding the disciples' kin, soldiers, and confidants, there's a total of more than 14,000 people. After Fang Qingtian said this, he immediately fell into deep thought. As the saying went, one would know the meaning of the melody. As an old minister of 4 dynasties and the current chancellor, he could instantly sense that something was amiss from Yun Yang's question. Qiu Jianhan was the same, his face pale as he said in a trembling voice, this old man's disciples and subordinates, they came out with us, a total of more than 6,000, they're all fine now. There are 6,000 people in the Shengguan family of generals, 5,000 of them are family warriors and quite a number of brothers from the military. Not a single one of them was injured. Old Mistress Shengguan said in a low voice. Wu Lai's gaze was completely blank as he said, I brought my family and 4 to 5 disciples. Including the maids and guards, there were less than 100 people. Leng Daoyin was speechless. Fu Baogua was speechless. Sun Zihu, everyone looked at each other. They were the cream of the crop, the cream of the crop. It would be strange if they did not realize that something was amiss by now. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Yes, why wasn't a single one of them dead? Feng Lingtian said, I'm scared of all of you. I've spent so much effort to dig a hole and I was so pleased that I managed to trap all of you. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. F***ck, so many of you are cursing my mother now. I'm scared to death. I wanted to reveal it in a few days but now it seems that I'm scared of all of you. Give me a timeline in advance, or else I'm afraid that all of you will riot. This is the most successful hole I've ever dug. It's a pity that I can't withstand your pressure. It's a pity. Also, there's one chapter a day now but one chapter is 4,000 words. In a month, there are at least 10 times where it's 7 to 8,000 words and quite a number of times where it's 5 to 6,000 words. When it's 4,000 words, it only takes up half of it. Why is there such a huge grudge? Do you have to split more than 10,000 words into 5 or 6 chapters to see the outburst? Chapter 14:27. When they were in the capital, everyone was disheartened, but due to their different positions, their final decision to leave and the timing of their departure were different as well. It was inevitable that they were scattered. There were times when 3 to 5 of them gathered together to vent their frustrations and discuss, but because they were in the middle of it all, they were blinded by a single leaf and did not think deeper. They did not consider this aspect either. After all, they had watched their courageous colleagues resign one by one. There was only chilliness, confusion, anger, and resentment that rose in their hearts. Now that everyone had gathered in one place, especially when they heard Yun Yang's shocking words, they felt that something was amiss. This wasn't just a normal problem, it was a huge problem. Yun Yang said with a frown, "Have you noticed? Other than all of you here, there are 7 to 8 civil officials among the officials who have resigned. There are also veterans who have served for several dynasties. Although they didn't come here, I've already found out their current locations. They're all safe and sound, and they have a certain level of capability in their hands. If all of you were to gather together, it would almost be a complete, functioning Yutong small imperial court, and you're all capable generals who can take on 10 men at once. There are experienced strategists, those who can charge and break through enemy lines, behead generals, and seize flags. There are talented commanders and generals. There are also many gods of war and gods of war. Your personal guards are the strongest fighting force under your command. There are those who are good at internal politics, those who are good at justice, and those who are good at civil politics. To put it simply, as long as the civil officials are slightly expanded, it's a piece of cake to build a complete imperial court. The military generals are so complete that they're practically redundant. As long as new recruits are recruited and your personal guards are dispatched, they'll be trained for a period of time, and after a few battles, they'll be a military force that's good at war. Yun Yang frowned and said, "The only thing you're lacking is a territory that can be used." However, to people like you, how can a mere territory, a base, be it a difficult task? Just find a territory that is guarded by an old friend, and it doesn't matter if it's through emotion or coercion, it's easy to take over a few cities. With this as a foundation, and with a period of consolidation, the foundation will be complete, and it'll be a piece of cake for you to build a country. If you are given a few more years, it will not be impossible for you to develop your territory into a relatively large territory of the Imperium. Then, if the royal family is really perverse and insane, why don't they exterminate all of you? Instead, he allowed all of you to resign and leave safely. Aren't you afraid that all of you will gather together and rebel? Even the most benevolent ruler would not do such a stupid thing. Not to mention a cruel and heartless ruler in your eyes. Yun Yang frowned. There's something sinister about this. Something's not right. Fang Qingtian and the others looked at each other. No one would have noticed this if they had not gathered together. Now that they had gathered and summed up their respective strengths, all of them, like Yun Yang, felt that something was amiss. This was not just amiss. Fang Qingtian's eyebrows were quivering as he said shakily, "Could it be that, someone has deliberately facilitated this? This is equivalent to moving the imperial court's core forces completely out of the imperial court. Once the words left his mouth, the entire hall was silent. Qiu Jinhan's beard was quivering violently. Everyone's eyes were rimmed with tears. Deliberately facilitated this? Yes, this must have been done deliberately to facilitate the current situation. Otherwise, as Yun Yang had said, even the most benevolent ruler would never have allowed such a huge force of elites to gather together and release them all into the forest. What was more, this was the cruel, perverse, and tyrannical little emperor that these people were talking about. No matter how foolish he was, he would not do this, would he? When these forces were gathered in one place, it was a super bomb that could blow up the entire continent several times over. Tai Zheng's voice was trembling as he said, This isn't right. After I left, I've been hunted down many times. If it was intentional. Qiu Jinhan's face was pale as he said, the so-called hunts that you've encountered, how many were the losses? Tai Zheng was stunned as he murmured, there were almost 6,000 men under me, and we've been through 7 to 8 rounds of hunting. The battle was dangerous, but not intense. All of them managed to escape, but the losses amounted to more than 700 men. He was the first to suck in a cold breath after he finished speaking. More than 700 men. Qiu Jianhan seemed to have seen through everything as he said coldly, as a traitor to the country, Yutong has spread the news to the world that they've sent the nation's elites to hunt you down. After 7 to 8 rounds of hunting, you've lost more than 700 men? However, the force that was pursuing us was obviously a grand one. We've killed tens of thousands of pursuers when we broke out of the siege. If this is an act, Tai Zheng's voice grew softer as he spoke until it finally fell silent. As one of the famous generals of this era, he had already noticed that something was amiss. He had lost less than 1,000 men in the 7 to 8 rounds, but he had killed more than 10,000 of the enemy. Was he being hunted down? Who was being hunted down? Qiu Jianhan, Leng Daoyin, and Fang Qingtian were suddenly tearing up. Your Majesty, what are you planning? Why is this happening? The three of them bawled, tears and mucus streaming down their cheeks as they wailed. Old Mistress Shangguan's eyes were rimmed red as well as she murmured, this doesn't seem like banishment or torture, it's more like deliberate protection. To allow us to leave that troublesome place where we could lose our lives at any time, to preserve our strength for the future. Pain was written all over Fu Baoguo's square face. Before this, we were filled with indignation and indignation. Now that I think about it, many things have been foreshadowed. Think about it, if we were still in the imperial court and saw the changes, we would have been enraged and offended God. If we were to ride a tiger, even if His Majesty had the intention to be biased, he would have been forced to kill us. Sun Zihu frowned. I arranged the assassination myself, faked my death to escape. There wasn't any in-depth investigation and the case was closed so easily. Yun Yang frowned and said, that's exactly what happened. That's why there were signs of everything. It's just that everyone was blinded by it and only noticed it now. Everyone's hearts were heavy with worry. Your Majesty, what are you doing? What kind of pressure have you been under? Why did you make such a decision? Why didn't you tell us the reason and let us bear the burden together? As officials, shouldn't we share the Emperor's burden? However, the Emperor of the Empire of Yutong who had been slumbering beneath the earth would never be able to tell them personally about this reason. He was already lying alone in the dark tomb. Even until his death, he did not say a single word to anyone. Thinking deeper, with the current situation, I'm afraid His Majesty isn't the only one who can execute this plan. After all, His Majesty has given up all the authority back then. At the very least, this plan needs the cooperation of another person and the other person can only be. Yun Yang's eyes glinted. The other person can only be the current young emperor, Yu Qiankuan. Only when the two of them work together can they form the current situation. If it's just His Majesty alone, it's impossible. There's a limit to a person's strength. It's impossible to be like this, with fewer mistakes and accidents. Yunyang exhaled a long breath, a hint of relief flashing across his eyes. When he had just returned to the Tianxian land, especially when he learned that his father, Yun Xiaoyao, might have met with misfortune, he almost wanted to rush into the palace and tear the little thing that he had brought back into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Now, however, he was extremely thankful that he had not done so, that he had not been so impulsive. There were too many mysteries in this. Qiu Jianhan sucked in a deep breath and said, "There must be a great deal of internal difficulties hidden in this matter. The risk of danger is even greater, and there's always the risk of death. That's why His Majesty didn't dare let us know, afraid that we'd be prematurely killed. Both he and the crown heir must be under tremendous pressure. Now that His Majesty has passed away, the pressure has fallen on the young emperor alone." Qiu Jianhan said solemnly, "I think, there must be a huge mastermind behind this. The danger is unimaginable, an unprecedented one. It's a danger that we can't handle even if we work together. If there's such a hidden danger, the mastermind must be an expert even more terrifying than Yun Xiaoyao, secretly controlling the palace, His Majesty, and the crown heir." Before His Majesty left, he entered the residence of King Xiaoyao many times. "I'm afraid he's hesitating, or perhaps, he's trying to confirm when you'll return, perhaps." In His Majesty's eyes, the only thing that can solve this predicament is Supreme Cloud's return. That's why he's been hoping. The reason why he hasn't told the truth to King Xiaoyao, is probably because he knows very well that King Xiaoyao doesn't have the ability to handle this matter. If he acts rashly, not only will he startle the enemy, he'll also lose King Yun's life. Qiu Jianhan's tears streamed down his cheeks as he looked out the window. Suddenly, he knelt down softly and cried out sorrowfully, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" All of Yutong's civil and military officials were weeping silently, tears and snot streaming down their cheeks. In his lifetime, the emperor who ruled over the 4 seas and brought peace to the world suddenly encountered a great crisis. When he knew that he was unable to deal with it, the first thing he thought of was to protect the country. Then, he made many arrangements and banished all the important officials to preserve the seed of hope. There was no reason to create a reason. Even if it caused the officials and subordinates to lose hope, as long as they were safe, it was enough. At a time when no one could understand, he had used such a method to protect Yutong's team and the seed of hope. Wait for the right moment. Wait for the right moment to turn. Yunyang squinted and said faintly, "A great crisis is for sure, and it's also for sure that all of you will be protected. However, this emperor of ours only wants to protect all of you. The people he's chosen to sacrifice have been chosen long ago." "Who?" "My father, Yun Xiaoyao," Yunyang said calmly. The group was silent. Yunyang's answer was unexpected, but it was within reason. Perhaps it was not within reason, but it was within expectations. By now, this matter had basically been thoroughly understood. Only the return of Supreme Cloud could solve it in this world. However, Supreme Cloud had already ascended to the upper realm and did not know what was happening here. How could he return? Therefore, the first thing the Empire of Yutong did was to burn down the 9 Supremes' temples and slander Supreme Cloud as much as possible, causing the legendary miracles of the 9 Supremes to vanish completely. If Supreme Cloud had become a god, he would definitely have felt that the power of prayers in the human realm was gone. There must be a reason why it had gone from its peak to nothing. Then, Supreme Cloud would have come back to see what was going on. However, when he realized that this method was useless, ineffective, and meaningless, he could only resort to another method. Blood police. Yunyang's eyes glinted. At this moment, the feelings he felt were extremely complicated. He did not know what kind of attitude he should use to face Yutong's emperor. He had chosen to sacrifice his younger brother, his biological younger brother. Yun Xiaoyao and Supreme Cloud were only father and son in name. Despite their deep bond, they were not biological father and son after all. If something were to happen to Yun Xiaoyao and he suddenly died, Supreme Cloud might not be able to sense it based on their blood relationship. However, His Majesty the Emperor had still chosen him and used the most extreme method. Qiu Jianhan, Fang Qingtian, and the others were quick to react to this point after a slight pause. However, they did not speak. They did not know what to say or how to say it. The Emperor's decisiveness was undoubtedly the best in the world, but his ruthless decision at the critical moment was also heart-wrenching and frightening. Yun Xiaoyao was the person that the Yutong royalty felt the most guilty towards, the person that they owed the most. He was also His Majesty the Emperor's only remaining blood brother in this world. However, His Majesty the Emperor had still done it. For the sake of a slim hope, he had placed the most lethal trap on his biological younger brother. If my father had died and I still hadn't felt it, there would definitely be more people sacrificing themselves. They would continue to be sacrificed until I felt it, or perhaps everyone was dead. Yun Yang heaved a long sigh. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Yixue and Fang Mafei would have fallen into the royal family's hands long ago. Perhaps, they're already dead. Qiu Jianhan and the others remained silent in response to this deduction. Facing such a monarch, they did not say a single negative thought or thought. However, facing the victim, Yun Yang, they had nothing to say. After all, the Emperor's practical method was to sacrifice his reputation, his father, and his brother. If I can come down in the end, this matter can be resolved and all of you can return naturally. If I can't come down in the end, then, with your powers, as long as you understand one day, it won't be difficult for you to rebuild the world and build another empire. Yun Yang exhaled softly. The Emperor, who was already in his eternal slumber, had actually thought so far ahead in this desperate situation. Dong Tianling's gaze suddenly brightened as he said, if that's the case, then Xia Bingchuan's betrayal is fake? Is he also someone in the know? Is he bearing the humiliation and cooperating with the operation? Yun Yang said coldly, no, he's not. He can't possibly know. He's no longer one of us. Dong Tianling lowered his head in disappointment. Qiu Yunsan and the others were dejected as well. If it were possible, they would rather believe that there was a slim chance that Xia Bingchuan was someone in the know, someone who was thinking for the bigger picture. If that was the case, they would not feel so terrible. However, just like what Yun Yang had said, Xia Bingchuan was no longer one of them. I want to make a trip to Tiantang City, Yun Yang said softly. Qiu Jianhan looked at him pleadingly and said faintly, Yun Yang, you must not be impulsive. His Majesty has put so much effort into this, he has placed all his hopes on you. Yun Yang sucked in a deep breath and said, I will solve this once and for all as His Majesty wishes. The group was delighted. However, Yun Yang continued, but if my father is really gone, he looked out the window at the fluttering white clouds and murmured, this heaven and earth, this human realm, has no meaning to me anymore. All of you can just wait, to rebuild the world. Feng Lingtian said, I finished writing early today. I'm thinking about how to proceed. Chapter 1428. A moment later. Yun Yang passed by the Xia family residence and heard that the Xia family leader was arranging for experts to head to Tiantang City to capture and kill Mei Wenjian. Xia Bingchuan, on the other hand, was meditating in the family's secret chamber. His face was filled with anxiety, indicating that he could not calm down at all. Yun Yang had nowhere to vent his raging anger. As he thought about it, his mental strength that had always been restrained and gentle turned violent. The power that could be unleashed under the laws of the world blew through the Xia family like a gale. In the blink of an eye, every single adult male in the Xia family, including Xia Bingchuan, had no time to realize what was happening. In the blink of an eye, their souls had been dispersed and they were all dead. The next moment, the overbearing mental strength guided their souls, causing all the adult men of the Xia family outside to perish one after another. The Xia family was erased from the world. As his cultivation base grew and his power grew, Yun Yang was increasingly reminded of Aunt May's words that day. Ascending to the heavens and diving into the earth, moving mountains and filling seas, was but a walk in the park. A single breath could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. With a single thought, the world would sink with it. Only then could one see the best of the best. Now, he did not even have to lift a finger. With a mere thought, several families in this world had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. The higher one's cultivation base, the more one would understand the vastness of the world, the stronger one's ability, the more one would know that there was always someone better out there. As for Xia Bingchuan, after Yun Yang had confirmed his crimes, he felt disgusted to even see him again. Thus, he had killed him as well. The beauty of the past was gone with the wind. I don't know what reason you have, what difficulties you have. I know that you must have your reasons. All kinds of helplessness, and all kinds of bitterness, but I don't want to listen, I don't want to understand, I don't want to forgive. Whatever the reason, it's done, it's done. The capital. In a dark underground chamber. This was probably not a secret chamber anymore, it would be more appropriate to call it an underground river. There used to be a secret room above, but it had already collapsed. Underneath the secret room, there was a tunnel that went down thousands of feet. Now, it had been completely buried along with the collapse of the secret room. 10,000 feet down, there was an underground river that flowed endlessly. A hole had been dug under the water level of the underground river and it curved upwards to form another small cave. And Shui Wuyin was hiding here. This was the final path of retreat that Shui Wuyin had prepared for himself. If there was a strong enemy, he would quickly enter the secret room and detonate it before the enemy found the secret room. His substitute in the secret room would not only be killed by the explosion, but he would also use the force of the explosion to open the entrance of the secret passage, causing him to fall all the way. At the same time, the arrangements above would take effect, and with the continuous explosion and collapse, all traces would be erased, until he fell into the underground river. The 10,000 zhang passageway above would be completely blocked, leaving no traces behind. Once he entered the underground river, he would still have the strength to spare. He would be able to follow the flow of the river for a few hundred feet, then enter the cave entrance from the water and quickly move into the cave. That way, he would be safe. Shui Wuyin was confident that even an immortal would not be able to discover him from such a setup. Of course, if someone could track him down, then that was his fate. What else could he do if he didn't accept his fate? Up until now, Shui Wuyin had been in this underground river for a year and a half without any sun. Previously, the Nine Heavens dictum had suddenly sent out a message, reviving Shui Wuyin's almost hopeless heart. The surge of spiritual force had even revived Shui Wuyin. Even so, Shui Wuyin still thought that he was dreaming when he saw Yun Yang appear before him in real life. When Yun Yang saw Shui Wuyin again, even he dared not believe that the person before him was actually Shui Wuyin himself. The previous contact with his deific consciousness had been made with the help of the Nine Heavens dictum's mystical power. It was already remarkable that Yun Yang could confirm that Shui Wuyin was still alive and send a surge of qi of spiritual force over, but he had not actually seen Shui Wuyin's current state. If he had known about Shui Wuyin's condition, Yun Yang would have rushed over to save him at once. The current Shui Wuyin no longer looked like a human. He did not look like a human, not in the usual sense of being withered and no longer looking like a human. Instead, his limbs were truly incomplete. Both his legs, including his spine, were completely shattered and hung limply on his body. They were even starting to stink. His calf bones were completely exposed due to the rotting, grayish color of his bones. His toes had long rotted away. It was a ghastly sight that chilled one's heart. Yunyang was shocked to see Shui Wuyin's condition. You can still survive in this state. Previously, Yunyang had been overly anxious about Yun Xiaoyao's safety. It was also because Shui Wuyin did not ask for his help that he had subconsciously judged that Shui Wuyin might be injured. His condition was not good, but it was not too bad and he could still hold on. That was why he had only sent a surge of qi of spiritual force and did not rescue him personally. Who would have thought that Shui Wuyin's condition would be so bleak? At least, from Yunyang's point of view, it was not surprising that Shui Wuyin would be finished the very next moment. Shui Wuyin's eyes were glinting with extreme hatred. If I didn't want revenge, if I didn't want to wait for you, I would have killed myself long ago. I've heard your message earlier, asking you to rescue King Yun is the top priority. I think I can still fight for a period of time. There are priorities. I'm very curious, what do you do for a living? Yunyang lamented over Shui Wuyin's bleak condition, but he was also surprised that Shui Wuyin could fight for his life like this. Shui Wuyin chuckled bitterly and plucked a piece of rotting flesh from his leg. Holding it in his hand, he crawled to the entrance of the cave and dived deep into the water. After a while, he suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Water splashed everywhere as a fish the size of a palm was caught by Shui Wuyin. Stuffing the lively fish into his mouth, Shui Wuyin opened his mouth and chewed on it, looking at Yunyang with his ashen eyes. What do you think? If one doesn't want to die, he will always find a way to live. Even with Yunyang's monochromatic appearance, he could not help but shudder at the sight. He was actually fishing with his own flesh, Shui Wuyin said miserably. Many of my bones are broken but my meridians are intact. Even if I don't heal myself every day, I'll clear my meridians to ensure that there's still a little bit of vitality left in my lower body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any flesh left to fish with. The corners of Yunyang's lips twitched again. I have at most 3 months. If you don't come, my flesh will completely rot. At that time, I can only use the flesh of my left hand to fish. If you don't return in half a year, I can only rot here. Shui Wuyin chuckled. Luckily, you're here now. It's not too late. Yunyang sucked in a breath, almost choking on the stench. Where's the 9 heavens dictum? Shui Wuyin retched and the 9 heavens dictum came out of his throat. He spat it into his hand and actually laughed happily. I'm counting on this thing to move and save my life. How could I just leave it there casually? Yunyang retched again and passed a medicinal pill to Shui Wuyin while covering his nose. Wuyin, I've rarely submitted to anyone in my life. This time, I submit to you. Eat it quickly. It was only half a day later. Shui Wuyin, who had fully recovered his body and legs, dived into the underground river impatiently. As he bathed, he cursed incessantly, Motherf ***, I'm a germaphobe. This 1.5 years, Yunyang was cramping all over. Germaphobe. This fellow actually had germaphobe. A person who claimed to be a germaphobe had struggled to survive for 1.5 years in such an environment. The word submit is not enough to express my respect for you. I submit, twice. Yunyang sighed continuously. When Shui Wuyin was done scrubbing himself, he hopped up naked and circulated his cultivation to evaporate the water vapor. He looked at his own body lovingly, touching here and there. Suddenly, he cried out in agony, Lord Supreme Cloud. Give me another pill. My mouth hasn't grown yet, pft. Yunyang spluttered. It looked like 2 words of admiration were not enough. He had to add at least 3 words of admiration, 3 times of sincere admiration and complete submission. Looking at Shui Wuyin's unprecedentedly pale face, Yunyang hurriedly gave him another spiritual pill along with a gust of air of vitality to help him strengthen his foundation and increase his vigor. It only took a moment for Shui Wuyin to regain his male body completely. it was probably Shui Wuyin who was praising his new body. What he was praising was not his own body, but Yun Yang's ability to bring the dead back to life. It was much more powerful than the legendary method of resurrecting a person from the dead. How could there be such a godly skill in this world? How magical! Shui Wuyin exclaimed, is this the so-called godly skill? Looks like Lord Supreme Cloud has gained a lot from ascending to the world of immortals. Yun Yang chuckled and said, you're too naive. How is this a divine trick? It's just a few medicinal pills and some arcane skills. As one's cultivation base gets higher, so will one's insight and knowledge. How about it? Do you still insist on staying in this worldly realm? Or do you insist on not working hard in your cultivation to transcend? Shui Wuyin was silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, yes. Yun Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. Everyone had their own aspirations, no one could force anyone to do anything. He had long known Shui Wuyin's temper, but he still wanted to try. After all, Shui Wuyin was not only his right-hand man but also his eighth brother's best friend. It would be perfect if he could meet his eighth brother again with Shui Wuyin by his side. Shui Wuyin was not in a hurry to narrate the many changes that had taken place during this period of time. Instead, he helped Yun Yang analyze Yun Xiaoyao's situation. What kind of person was Shui Wuyin? Yun Yang did not explain Yun Xiaoyao's situation immediately, which meant that he had yet to locate Yun Xiaoyao's whereabouts. With Yun Yang's current cultivation base and ability, if he did not have some thoughts, he could easily destroy the world. Boss, from what I see, it's good news that there's no news of the old prince. He shouldn't have met with misfortune. Shui Wuyin said seriously, according to Boss, the enemies who besieged him have all disappeared, including the old prince. This situation is too strange. It doesn't look like he's been killed, but more like he's met with some powerful help and has been rescued. Yun Yang frowned and said, I've thought about this before, but there's a limited number of people with a profound cultivation base in this world. There's hardly anyone who has such an ability, and it's even more difficult to do it without leaving a single trace that even I can't find. From Dong Tianling's description, Yun Yang had a considerable understanding of the level of the people who besieged him that day. It was not an easy task for the cultivators of this world to rescue someone from the hands of 2,000 experts. Even if someone could do it, it would be difficult for them to do it without leaving any trace, to the point where Yun Yang would not be able to detect them. There's a reason for everything in this world, and there's a reason for it. Since there's something fishy about the battlefield that day, there must be another force involved. This is already a conclusion. Boss has a very high opinion of the person involved. Why don't we put ourselves in the shoes of the pinnacle cultivators who are kind to us in this world? For example, after Boss and Miss Lingxi ascended, the unrivaled swordsman, Jun Moyan. Shui Wuyin said, does he have the ability to do it? The unrivaled swordsman of the past, Jun Moyan, a name that had not been heard for a long time. Yun Yang thought about it and said, your analysis is right. If Jun Moyan had intervened at that time and lent a helping hand, he could have done it. However, the main point now is that I didn't find any trace of a third party at the scene. With my current level, there are very few people who can hide their traces, whether he's here or not. Yun Yang frowned and said, besides, I'm afraid our relationship with Jun Moyan hasn't reached that stage yet. After all, helping my father is equivalent to going against the highest ruler of the Empire of Yutang. Jun Moyan might not be so kind. Sai, I understand what you said earlier about no news being good news. I'm just worried that Dong Tianling has said that the poison in father's body is exceptionally potent. Ordinary people can't cure it at all. That's the real threat. Yun Yang frowned, his heart heavy with worry. Shui Wuyin nodded and said, then has Boss considered the possibility that there's someone from beyond the heavens who has intervened in this battle, someone like Boss, or someone even stronger than Boss, who has taken King Yun away? Yun Yang sighed softly. Yun Xiaoyao was not dead. Yun Yang had long sensed this. If he had really been killed, it was impossible that he could not find his soul fragments. Such a method might be inconceivable and unimaginable to others, but to Yun Yang now, it was a piece of cake. But who is the person who has saved him? Yun Yang was most worried about this. I really can't imagine anyone in this world who can avoid my detection and leave no trace behind. Indeed, this was the strangest thing that had ever happened. With Yun Yang's current detection ability, it was already unbelievable that he could not find a single person's whereabouts in the Tianxian continent. Could it be that it was as Shui Wuyin had said, that there was another expert who had intervened, someone who was on par with him, or someone even stronger than him? Boss, don't worry. I'll still say the same thing, no news is good news. If the person who has saved old King Yun has good intentions, he will naturally be allowed to return. If he has bad intentions, then this person's target can only be you, boss. He will come to you sooner or later. Shui Wuyin said, since it's confirmed that King Yun's life is not in danger now, it's already a great thing. You can be at ease now. Yun Yang thought about it and realized that what Shui Wuyin said made sense. It was not that Yun Yang had not thought of this at first, but as the saying went, concern made one confused. Yun Xiaoyao meant too much to Yun Yang, which was why he had gone through so much trouble to search again and again, even though he knew that it would be fruitless. Now, it was just as Shui Wuyin had said, it was best to deal with the changes by staying the same. As the two men analyzed the situation, Yun Yang's anxious heart slowly calmed down. Tell us then, Wuyin. What's going on here? It's a long story, it can't be explained in just a few words. Shui Wuyin sighed softly. After you left, I've been thinking of handing over a portion of the power outside of the Nine Heavens Dictum's core, which is the part that doesn't come into contact with the Nine Heavens Dictum's martial power, to the royal family. After all, it was the Nine Heavens Dictum who first came into contact with Yu Qiankuan. His understanding of the Nine Heavens Dictum is even higher than His Majesty's. As long as the handover goes smoothly, at least on the surface, the Nine Heavens Dictum's power will all belong to the royal family. Without the backing of a powerful martial force, the Nine Heavens Dictum will definitely lose its original prestige and the higher-ups will no longer have much interest in this organization. This way, the remaining core power of the Nine Heavens Dictum, which is the intelligence department, can be preserved and it can once again turn from light to dark, completely hiding in the martial world and becoming the emperor of the underworld. This is what you solemnly reminded me of before you left. Such a powerful force, one that's known to the royal family, even if it's all hidden in the dark, without making a sound or move, no one can be at ease. Therefore, I've shrunk the Nine Heavens Dictum's power a few years ago and even separated a portion of the martial force. I've also abandoned the relatively less important manpower that I'm not confident in, even if it's the slightest bit suspicious. At the same time, I've expanded my tentacles across the entire continent to build an even larger intelligence network. A year and a half ago, my actions have finally borne fruit. The Nine Heavens Dictum's core forces are all hidden in the dark. There's nothing that can dig us out. At the same time, I've vaguely sensed that the royal family's movements have become muddle-headed. It's not entirely appropriate to say that the royal family is muddle-headed. It should be said that there's some force that has infiltrated the royal family's forces. The hidden force is very powerful, at least, the royal family's combat power on the surface is completely unable to withstand it. Moreover, the outside world has been spreading rumors for quite a period of time, tarnishing the Nine Heavens' reputation and tearing down the Nine Heavens temples. This matter infuriated me. So, I contacted His Majesty through a spy. The first purpose of contacting them was naturally to confirm if there was any power acting in the dark. Was the royal family being threatened? I want to verify this matter so that it'll be convenient for my future actions. Furthermore, there was no lack of probing. If the people of the royal family were so guarded against the 9 supremes and had mobilized the entire world to slander them, then what was their attitude towards the forces left behind by the 9 supremes? Lastly, it's His Majesty's personal attitude. If there's really something that's hard to say and he's threatened by external forces, I'll hand over a portion of my power to him to alleviate the urgent situation. One of the purposes of the 9 Heavens Dictum's concealment is to ensure the Empire of Yutong's peace and prosperity. Since there's evil at work, how can I sit back and do nothing? At that time, I had even planned that if the royal family was truly heartless and intended to wipe out the legend of the 9 Supremes with their imperial power, I would abandon all the forces in the light and focus on developing the forces in the dark to overturn this world and create chaos. However, when I met His Majesty's attitude was very strange. Yunyang cut him off and asked, "Strange? How strange?" Chapter 1429. It had to be said that Shui Wuyin's plan was both offensive and defensive. He had considered everything and was thorough. It could be said to be the safest plan. Disregarding his own ability, even if it was Yunyang's doing, it would be the same. Whether the royals were good or bad, whether they were ambitious or had their own difficulties, they were still the most powerful force in the world. Of course, one had to be fully prepared when meeting them. As for planning to overturn the world and overthrow the royals, it might be treacherous to old Marshal Qiu and the others, but Shui Wuyin did not have so many concerns. Only Supreme Wind and Supreme Cloud were worthy of his wholehearted loyalty. There had never been a Yutong royalty. If the royals were unworthy, why not rebuild the universe and reclaim the world? Shui Wuyin recalled the scene and said slowly, "His Majesty said then that as long as one has the heart to serve the country, one is a hero whether in the imperial court or in the wilderness, and one is a good man of Yutong." It sounded like a compliment, but upon closer inspection, one had to admit that there was a deeper meaning to it. You have already suppressed the 9 Supremes worshippers and now you are telling the 9 Supreme subordinate, the 9 Heavens Dictum owner, that you are a good man of Yutong to serve the country? Yunyang asked thoughtfully, was there anything unusual about His Majesty's expression then? Shui Wuyin answered, there was nothing unusual. He just looked very tired. We didn't manage to achieve anything in our exchange. He didn't mention anything about the 9 Heavens Dictum, so of course I wouldn't have taken the initiative. Yunyang said faintly, since you went as the 9 Supremes master, I believe the Emperor knows the purpose of your trip. You went to hand over the authority. He must have thought of this. But it's because he thought of it that he didn't mention it. Isn't it strange? Yes, it is indeed strange. Not only did he not mention the 9 Heavens Dictum, he even comforted me by saying that the 9 Supremes' reputation is only a battle between the celestial and imperial authority, and has nothing to do with specific people or things. He asked me to do my own thing and not worry too much. These words don't seem to be unusual at first glance, but they are commendable and frightening to think about. Yunyang nodded in agreement and said with a chuckle, that's right. The 9 Supremes had already been cursing the world for being worse than dog sh*t. As the ruler of the world, he spoke of the battle between divine authority and imperial authority so easily, yet he did nothing when faced with the important person in charge of the divine authority. This itself is already suspicious. There's also the last sentence he said. Just focus on your own matters and don't worry too much. It's obvious that he wants me to follow the 9 Supremes Lord's instructions and preserve this force for future use, said Shui Wuyin. That's right. Yunyang said, and then? Shui Wuyin chuckled humorlessly. I felt that it was strange. Since it was strange, there must be a reason and it couldn't be anything good. Knowing that something was amiss, I dared not stay any longer. I bade farewell at once and left the palace's territory swiftly. I wanted to hide the 9 Heavens Dictum further when I returned, but you know me, boss. I was born with a sharp spiritual sense. It was as if my heart was shrouded in a layer of haze, feeling that something was amiss everywhere. It felt like I was being followed, but I couldn't sense the other party's presence no matter how hard I tried. Yunyang nodded slowly. Although Shui Wuyin's cultivation base was not unparalleled in this world, he was still one of the top few. How could he not notice the stalker? At that time, I lingered outside for a whole month. I went in countless circles and executed countless escape methods. However, the sense of danger in my heart never subsided. It was like maggots in my bones, hard to remove. In the end, I had no choice but to use our secret order to order the people here to evacuate, leaving only an empty room and cutting off contact forever until I summoned them again. After a few days, the other party seemed to have lost his patience and attacked me directly. A man dressed in black like a ghost appeared. No matter how I attacked, I couldn't hurt him. Within a few moves, I was severely injured by his counterattack. Severely injured, I fled immediately. On the surface, it looked like I had escaped by a hair's breadth, but how could I not know that the reason the other party didn't capture me in one go was only because he wanted to use my fluke mentality of escaping to find our lair. That's why I came all the way back. When I arrived here, I activated the mechanism at once to blow up the entire building and escaped into the underground river. However, the person's ability was truly astonishing. Although it was only the lingering force of his final, furious strike, it still shattered the lower half of my body. Shui Wuyin sighed and said shamefully, "It's really embarrassing to talk about this. I've always prided myself on having the most powerful intelligence network in the world, but I couldn't find out anything about the other party's background. It was only the first exchange of blows and I was utterly defeated." Yunyang said faintly, "What's there to be ashamed of? The other party's martial skill is much higher than yours. He's meticulous and patient. What's there to be surprised about? You can still struggle and survive until now under this person's manipulation. You're the one who can do what others can't. It's truly amazing. If so, the royal family has already been threatened a few years ago?" Yunyang frowned. "I'm thinking, if I go to Sibao, will I be noticed by this person who's manipulating the situation? What kind of existence was the mastermind behind all this? What is his background? What is his origin? What is his background? What is his stance?" Yunyang mumbled to himself. "With boss's strength, even if the other party has some ability, it won't be enough for you, will it?" Shui Wuyin said uncertainly. "With his boss's current power that could destroy the world with a wave of his hand, what else would he have to be afraid of? If it's an obvious force, I'm not afraid of anything." Yunyang said in a low voice, "The only thing I'm worried about is those peculiar forces, like some strange forces of the soul." When Yunyang was searching the continent with his deific consciousness, he had chanced upon a grayish force. It seemed to be the force of the soul, but upon closer inspection and analysis, it felt mysterious and peculiar. With the power of his deific consciousness now, he only needed to use more than half of it to sweep through the world with the force of a hurricane, and he could turn the entire continent upside down, destabilizing its foundations. However, even with such a level of mental strength, he still could not lock onto the eerie, gloomy force that was like a deathly gray. Yunyang was sure that this force was the most abundant in Tiantang City, but there were many strands and strands of it scattered all over the world. At least, Yunyang could not be sure if the remaining forces would rise again if he were to destroy these in Tiantang City. After all, he could not stay in Tianxian continent for too long. Furthermore, Yunyang was very suspicious of one thing: would these things exist around the little emperor as well? What Yunyang could think of, Shui Wuyin had obviously thought of it as well. He furrowed his brows and said, "Boss's thinking is correct. If we want to solve this matter, it seems that boss can do it as soon as he appears. However, if we want to truly eliminate all future troubles, we really need to plan carefully. No matter what, boss can't not meet the little emperor. Shui Wuyin said seriously. Yunyang sighed and said, Wuyin, do you know that the person I don't want to see the most this time is Bao, Er? He said softly, there's no doubt that there's a mastermind behind this. It's understandable that the royal family has been coerced. All of this is out of helplessness, it's also within reason. However, there's one thing that can't be denied, Bao, Er is now Yutong's emperor. He's no longer the Bao, Er of the past. This is especially important. Yun Yang, who had temporarily shaken off the gloom of Yun Xiaoyao's death, was still angry about one thing: the old emperor Yupeiza had given his all and sacrificed everything for the empire. Even at the end of his life, he had still endured humiliation and suffered in order to keep hope alive. Even if he had done something outrageous, it was still understandable. This was because his primary identity was the emperor. Whether it was his imperial heart or his great talent, the sacrifice and price he had paid would only move one's heart. It was his painstaking efforts that had ultimately protected the imperial court's backbone and all his old brothers, too many living forces, but what he had sacrificed was the lives of his brothers and himself. Therefore, the old emperor's greatness was admirable and moving. Even Yun Yang, who found it hard to forgive the old emperor for sacrificing his own father, could not bring himself to hate him if he were to be honest. Even when he was cold-blooded and heartless, even when he was ruthless and heartless, he was still worthy of being a hero of his generation, a proud emperor. However, another subtle change was taking place right before his eyes. The reality now was that Yu Qianquan had become the emperor. It was unknown whether it was out of his own will or if he had followed the old emperor's instructions strictly and sacrificed Yun Xiaoyao. This was an outcome that Yun Yang could not accept. Sometimes, Yun Yang would ask himself, an emperor who had gone to such lengths to pacify the world, such painstaking efforts, such humiliation, and such an outcome that had long been decided, why did he view him as an ingrate who was worse than a pig or a dog when the executor was changed? Yun Yang pondered over it, but he could not let it go. Even as wise as he was, he still found it hard to understand. He could not help but tell Shui Wuyin about his troubled thoughts, hoping to receive a different kind of explanation. Shui Wuyin kept quiet for a while and said faintly, "This can't be helped. Bao, can only change in this direction when he sits on the throne. I think that even if there are changes now, the final development will still be the same. It's just that the cycle will be longer. Because he's the emperor, he should rule the world. His words are the law and no one can stop him." Shui Wuyin sucked in a deep breath and said, "Boss, you have to let go of this." Yun Yang's expression was indifferent as he said faintly, "How can I not understand what you're thinking? I understand, but I just can't accept it." He stood up and stood beside the underground water, listening to the surging waves. He stood with his arms behind his back and said faintly, "This has nothing to do with rationality or rationality. It's only because Bao, is the son of my eldest brother and fourth sister. He wants to be a qualified emperor and I'm happy to see that happen. However, if he wants to step on his own people's corpses to achieve his path as an emperor, I won't accept it." Shui Wuyin sighed softly, "The path of an emperor has always been based on mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How can there be an exception? If a part of the path of an emperor that is paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood is affection, kindness, conscience, brothers, and family, then this path of an emperor is not worth it." Yun Yang's brows moved as his voice grew calmer, but the underlying tone was eerie, sending chills down one's spine. "Let's go out first." Shui Wuyin obviously had no intention to argue. He forced a smile and said, "I've been struggling for more than a year and a half down there. I can't even wait to take a breath of fresh air now." Yun Yang stared at Shui Wuyin for a moment before a smile finally appeared on his face. He said, "All right, today is the day you've seen the light of day again. It's time to celebrate." He knew that Shui Wuin's point of view on this matter was different from his, but he understood what he was thinking. That was why he had avoided the question. To Shui Wuin, what Yu Qianquan did was normal and correct. If he did not do so, he would not be a qualified emperor. This was a difference in perception. In spite of this, it did not affect the relationship between the two of them. Celebrate? I don't look forward to it so much. I'm afraid I'll be entangled once I go. Shui Wuin's eyes glinted with a hint of gloating anticipation. That fellow values me very much, or perhaps he doesn't believe that I've died just like that. He's searched for a long time with his spiritual energy. If I didn't have the 9 heavens dictum with me, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him long ago or tortured to extract a confession. No matter what, it won't end well for me. I wonder what expression that fellow will have when he sees me again and finds out that I have boss by my side. Compared to celebrating, I'm looking forward to that scene more. Yunyang chuckled. What's there to look forward to? You'll see it very soon. Right now, let's go. Ha ha ha, Shui Wuin guffawed, overjoyed. He had the intention of turning from a slave to a master. Following by Yunyang's side, Shui Wuin could only feel himself floating like a cloud. The thick layer of soil before him did not seem to exist as they floated up without any resistance. It was as if they had not encountered anything along the way. It was a thick layer of soil, rocks, and stratum, but all the obstacles were like air, as if they did not exist. Shui Wuin even happened to discover a gemstone on the ground. When he tried to touch it, he actually managed to grab it in his hand and hold it in his palm. This feeling is really amazing. The ground where the 9 heavens dictum's headquarters used to be was a mess. Before my accident, I've already ordered everyone to hide where they are. Even I can't wake them up. No one, no matter what, even if the sky falls, they won't come out. In other words, if it wasn't for the reactivation of the 9 heavens dictum, these people would no longer be the 9 supreme subordinates. Shui Wuin sighed as he looked at the headquarters that had been destroyed. If it had been before, with the headquarters destroyed and the medallion destroyed, the medallion in Shui Wuin's hand would have lost its function, even the most basic information could not be sent out. Now that Yunyang was back and the main medallion had activated the medallion, everything was different. Yunyang had taken the 9 heavens dictum's main medallion away that day as a token of remembrance. After all, the medallion had all the functions of the main medallion. It would only lose its effect if it had shut itself off. However, Shui Wuin had shut the medallion himself. If it were not for Yunyang's return, the 9 supreme subordinates would really have been wiped out. Everything had been a stroke of luck. In light of this, Yunyang had made another medallion that he could carry with him and passed it to Shui Wuin, who treated it like a treasure. Other than having all the functions of the original medallion, this medallion can also nourish one's body and assist in cultivation. It also has the magical effect of being immune to poison and evil. This medallion is connected to your soul, no one can use it through you. Yunyang's explanation made Shui Wuin even more delighted. Shui Wuin had already made it clear that he was not interested in cultivation and would probably not ascend to the bound of universe. Yunyang had made this new 9 heavens dictum with the intention of giving his brother a protective talisman. With the new medallion in his hands, Shui Wuin did not immediately order for manpower to be gathered. Instead, he stared at Yunyang. They can't be of any help in a battle of this level. Yunyang nodded in agreement and gestured for Shui Wuin to begin his performance. Let the culprit take the bait. Shui Wuin understood Yunyang's intention and moved immediately. His aura exuded abruptly as he began to focus on cultivation. With the new bottles of medicinal pills that Yunyang had given him and the protection of a deity like Yunyang, Shui Wuin could, of course, be unrestrained and focus on his breakthrough. Yunyang, on the other hand, sat quietly in a hidden corner of the wall. It was as if he had blended into heaven and earth, no signs of life existed. An hour later. Yun-yang frowned and shifted his attention to the door. At the next moment, the sound of sleeves fluttering could be heard as an eerie voice spoke, "Chief Leader Shui, are you finally willing to climb out of your tortoise hole? What are you doing? Are you playing a last-minute breakthrough? Was the previous lesson not enough for you to realize the gap between you and me?" Following the voice, a loud boom resounded. The wall in front of Shui Wuyin exploded as if it had been detonated by a powerful explosive. As smoke and dust filled the air, a black silhouette rushed in and grabbed Shui Wuyin's head with a black right hand. An odd chuckle rang out, "Since you've come out, don't." Just as he finished his words, the silhouette stopped abruptly. A horrified expression appeared on his face. The moment he finished speaking, he felt as if the air around him had turned into fine steel and miraculous gold, sealing him inside without leaving a single gap. He could no longer move. He couldn't even speak, move his brows, or even blink his eyes. "Ha ha ha," Shui Wuyin guffawed delightedly. "Don't what? Why don't you continue? Where's your arrogance? Where's your arrogance? Let me see how big the gap is. Ha ha ha." The man in black still had his eyesight. He could see that there was a man in purple behind Shui Wuyin. The man's face was hidden behind a cloud of mist, barely discernible. The only thing that could be seen was a pair of gleaming eyes that were staring at him, seemingly unintentionally. Although that person did not open his mouth to speak, the black-clothed man immediately felt that the other party was as unshakable as a high mountain through the qi dynamic between cultivators. The man in black felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his soul almost leaving his body. Yun-yang waved his hand to release the restraint and said faintly, "Who are you? Who's your master?" The man in black cackled, "I was wondering why Shui Wuyin was so bold to show himself so brazenly. So it's Lord Supreme Cloud who has returned." He continued with a mocking gaze, "Lord Supreme Cloud has returned to the world this time. Don't you feel that things have remained the same but people have changed?" Yun-yang replied faintly, "It looks like you're confident that you can escape. How dare you spout such nonsense?" The man in black chuckled coldly. "In front of Lord Supreme Cloud who has become an immortal in the upper realm, escaping is but wishful thinking. However, if Lord Supreme Cloud wants anything from me, it's wishful thinking as well." Yun-yang chuckled nonchalantly. "I've been guessing who could have caused such a commotion. So it's the remnants of the school of Kismet State's doing." The man in black narrowed his eyes and said, "Lord Supreme Cloud is perceptive and observant." As he spoke, a malicious glint shot out of his eyes as he said, "I wonder if Lord Supreme Cloud believes it, but we've been waiting for you to descend to the mortal realm. You've finally descended today and stepped into the world again. It's gratifying. Our anticipation wasn't in vain." He chuckled eerily. "I'll be waiting for you." Before the man's words echoed in the air, his entire body underwent a bizarre change. All the flesh and blood on his face, body turned into green smoke that rose into the air. In just a moment, all the flesh and blood on his body had vanished, revealing only a skull that could still speak. "Lord Supreme Cloud, do you have the ability to capture me now that you've become a god and an immortal?" Yun-yang chuckled in amusement. "I do." A gust of black smoke billowed from the skull that was left on the man in black. At the same time, the man's remains decayed. The black smoke instantly turned into thousands of strands and dispersed in all directions. Yun-yang chuckled coldly. With a wave of his hand, streaks of golden threads appeared in the air, weaving into a large net from the outside to the inside. Formless and formless, it gathered the dispersed black smoke in one spot once more. Yun-yang waved again, summoning the small ball of black smoke that was restrained by the golden net and kept it in his hand. He said faintly, "Is this all you've got? A mere art of phantom nether isn't worth mentioning. The school of Kismet state is rather eclectic, collecting even such a demonic art. As he rubbed his hand, a small, 3-inch tall man appeared in his palm. The man's features were similar, it was the masked man in black from before. However, the man in black was dumbfounded, looking at Yun Yang like he had seen a ghost. He cried out involuntarily, how did you do it? Didn't you say that I'm a god? A mere art of the art of phantom nether isn't worth mentioning? Yun Yang replied faintly. The soul of the masked man in black was still bewildered. You're a god. Are you for real? But this art of ours is said to be unbreakable by gods and ghosts. Chapter 1430. Yun Yang held the man's soul in his palm leisurely. With his head lowered, he said faintly, "Don't be hasty. Think about it slowly. Do you have anything else to say?" The man's soul was speechless. Let's start with the appetizer then. Seeing that the soul of the man in black was silent, a blue flame slowly rose from Yun Yang's palm. The soul of the man in black screamed at the top of his lungs. It was an excruciating pain that burned the deepest part of his soul. Right now, the phrase, burning the soul, was right on point. It was a true portrayal, not an exaggeration at all. The flame disappeared abruptly. Ah! The man's soul was still wailing as he pleaded, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Yun Yang was unmoved. "Think carefully before you speak. I don't like people to brush me off. It's better for you to remember." Before his words echoed in the air, the blue flame burned once more. And this time, it lasted longer. The agonizing howl resounded once more. Shui Wuyin, who was known to be cold-hearted and emotionless, broke out in a cold sweat as he watched. Such a method of interrogation was truly a direct hit to the soul. The man had already made it clear that he wanted to speak. Why didn't he let him speak? Did he have to torture him again to feel better? You don't understand. This is a soul. As long as I don't kill him, this soul can exist for a very, very long time. What's the point of tormenting him a little longer? Just treat it as something new. Watch it if you don't believe me." Yun Yang explained seriously. He then retracted the blue flame and sent a gust of air into the soul, allowing the man's damaged soul to recover. When it was 80 to 90% recovered, the blue flame burned once more. After being roasted repeatedly, the man's soul was on the verge of breaking down. "Ah, let me speak. I'll tell you everything." Ah! It was the blue flames that burned again, and the miserable howls drowned out all other sounds. The black-robed man's soul was crying from the bottom of his heart. He was in so much pain that he didn't want to live. If someone could give him a quick death right now, destroying his body and soul completely, he would definitely thank that person from the bottom of his heart, and thank that person's 18 generations of ancestors. It was really too painful. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. So much pain that I wish I were dead. These 4 words described it very well. Are you going to interrogate me or not? Please ask me. What are you trying to do by torturing me over and over again, after being incinerated by the blue flames for more than 10 times in a row, even though the black-clothed man was a soul body and had the support of an external aura, allowing him to recover and reconstruct himself? The continuous destruction of his spiritual thoughts had turned him into a pile of mud. In the end, he did not even have the strength to howl. He could only stare at Yun Yang with pleading eyes. "Can you let me say it, please?" Yun Yang looked amiable as he spoke, like he was coaxing a child. "It looks like you want to speak. Speak then. You only have this one chance. Remember to grasp it and cherish it." The man's soul had already collapsed completely. His soul was trembling so much that he could not even stand. Little did he know that his soul was almost unharmed. The excruciating agony that he had suffered previously had long been planted deep in his soul. How could he forget it even for a moment? Hearing Yun Yang's words, he was so moved that he started crying, as if he had been pardoned. Although the soul did not have tears, the trembling and flattening of his lips made him look extremely pitiful. "I'll speak, I'll tell you everything." Yun Yang continued to be amiable. "Remember to think of your words well. Don't pause during the process, don't let your eyes move, don't blur. I'm a very paranoid person. Once I'm suspicious, you don't have to continue. Don't worry too much, I'll burn you with this fire 1,000 times at most." Yun Yang smiled and said, 1,000 times. Not more, not less. Believe me, it'll be a proper 1,000 times. The man's soul trembled violently again. It took him a while to calm down before he began to explain. "It's like this." The black-clothed man spoke very quickly. We are the ghostly beasts that the school of Kismet State has nurtured for generations, using the world's providence as the foundation and generations of incense as the source. This time, the legacy of the school of Kismet State has been severed and the spiritual consciousness of the founding Grandmaster has been revived. Yun Yang frowned. He had indeed been too careless when he had annihilated the school of Kismet State. He had failed to completely eradicate the root of the problem and eliminate the hidden threat. He did not expect that this group of sanctimonious fellows would have such a sinister tactic of nurturing ghostly beasts. Back then, the school of Kismet State's effort to preside over the change of the dynasty was to collect the world's providence and generations of incense so that the cultivation base of the people in the school could progress faster and pass on their legacy. However, the deeper purpose was to revive the spiritual consciousness of the founding Grandmaster. However, the people in the school of Kismet State didn't know about this deeper purpose. They only knew that there was an altar in the school. Every time they successfully instigated a change of dynasty, they had to worship the ancestors and send all the providence and incense they obtained to the altar. There were many benefits for the people in the school. What they didn't know was that the ultimate purpose of worshipping the providence and incense was for the founding Grandmaster's self-achievement. Once the worshipping was completed, the founding Grandmaster would ascend to sainthood, transcend this heaven and earth, and become a god. The 6 of us were elder ancestors' guards. After we died, our souls didn't perish, accompanying the elder ancestor in the altar. When the elder ancestor attained Tao, we would ascend together. We absorbed a lot of the air that escaped from the worshipping. As time went by, we naturally transformed into ghostly bodies that feared no harm. Yun Yang nodded. There are a total of 6 spiritual ghosts like you? Yes. That elder ancestor of yours didn't gather enough providence power, did he? Yun Yang frowned. How did he revive? Didn't he fail at the last step? When Elder Ancestor was preparing for this method, he left behind a backup plan to freeze the physical body that still had a certain amount of vitality. His original plan was that if the gathering of providence and incense went smoothly, he would only have to wait for the air of providence to break through the rainbow and merge the soul and flesh, achieving a spotless body and becoming a saint. He would then be able to roam freely between heaven and earth, transcending the mortal realm. However, the school of Kismet State was annihilated, and all the providence and incense power were cut off. Furthermore, due to the school's abrupt destruction, the school's providence that had been accumulated over the years turned into a backlash, causing the elder ancestor's already condensed half-jade-like physical body to decay at once. His tens of thousands of years of planning was ruined in a day. Elder Ancestor's physical body was suddenly destroyed, and the power of his primordial spirit was severely damaged as well. However, at the very last moment, he extracted the remaining life force accumulated in his physical body and left the mountain in a fit of rage to come up with a countermeasure. Now that the world is at peace and the 4 seas are united, it should be the time when the nation's providence is at its peak. However, this has also given Elder Ancestor a chance to steal the sky and replace the sun, to steal the earth to mend the sky. As long as Supreme Cloud's incense power is destroyed and the world is restored, he can use the merit of saving the world as his own providence and be reborn. Listening up to this point, Yun Yang had already understood everything. The current bizarre changes were, after all, the result of an old ghost from tens of thousands of years ago, attempting to rise to the top in a single bound and stir up trouble. What's your elder ancestor's whereabouts after he left the mountain? After elder ancestor left the mountain, he dared not act recklessly in fear of Supreme Cloud's return. He had already split into thousands of clones, only half of them appeared in the mortal realm to carry out the plan, while the rest remained hidden. If Lord Supreme Cloud reappeared, even if elder ancestor couldn't defend himself and was captured or even killed by Lord Supreme Cloud, there would still be half of his soul remaining. He could set it up again after Supreme Cloud has left, and there'll be a day when he makes a comeback. The soul of the black-clothed man spilled everything he knew, afraid that if any of his words were not detailed enough, this Lord Supreme Cloud would be enraged and burn him 1,000 times over. Therefore, how could he care about elder ancestor now? He did not even care about his own life and death anymore. He only wished that he would no longer have to suffer the pain. Even if his soul and spirit were to be destroyed, he would be grateful. Yun Yang nodded inwardly. This old ghost was thoughtful and far-sighted. No wonder Yun Yang's deific consciousness could not search him thoroughly. He was a cautious person indeed. If he were to use his deific consciousness with all his might, he was confident that he could retrieve all of the old ghost's soul. However, this world was powerless and could easily be destroyed. If he were to use only half of the power that he could currently wield, he would not be able to confirm whether all of the old ghost's soul had been destroyed or not. If he were to miss out on even a single soul, it would be an endless disaster. Yun Yang's thoughts raced as he asked for the first time, so, when your elder ancestor planned to seize this world's providence, the first place he controlled was the palace? Yes. Elder ancestor knew that it would be difficult to achieve anything if he were to attack from the outside. His remaining vitality was limited and so was his time. Therefore, he snuck into the palace at once. Although the palace was guarded by the royal providence, elder ancestor's deep understanding of the royal providence over the past 10,000 years allowed him to find an opportunity very quickly. During the royal sacrifice, he successfully took control of Yutong's emperor. Then, of course, he forced him to submit. The soul of the black-clothed man revealed everything he knew bit by bit. Whenever he encountered something he did not know or did not understand, he would add at once, "I swear to God that I really don't know anything about this." Little did he know that what he had said was already enough for Yun Yang to understand the entire situation. This situation left Shui Wuyin flabbergasted. After all, these matters had far exceeded the scope of his knowledge. The reason behind this is too complicated. It's not necessarily complicated. Since we've already found out about it, we can act on it. The only troublesome thing now is the half of the soul that this elder ancestor has hidden. These hidden forces are not difficult to destroy, but it's difficult to collect them all. For now, my deific consciousness can detect all the dark auras around and within the palace. It can be guaranteed that nothing will go wrong. Although I can sense the parts outside, I can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong. I think the elder ancestor has already cut off his connection with the other half of the soul before he entered the palace, just in case. This is the trickiest part. Yun Yang sighed softly. If it's only against the soul in the palace, it'll be as easy as lifting a finger. It can be completely eradicated in an instant. However, once it's done, it'll be a clear message of my return. The other half of the force outside will definitely go into hiding. It won't be rare even if it doesn't come out for 100 years. It looks like this elder ancestor knows a lot about me. Shui Wuyin chuckled humorlessly. Of course. After all, the main purpose of this elder ancestor coming out this time is to seize your providence. You're a genuine person who has ascended to immortality. How can he not be on guard? His plan is very simple. If he succeeds this time, he'll succeed. However, if you really come down and destroy his setup, the other half of his force will fall into a long hibernation state to avoid your limelight. You can't stay in the lower realm for too long anyway. I believe to him, he's already waited for 10,000 years. There's no harm in waiting for another chance to rebuild his empire. I have to say that these are the two safest plans. Shui Wuyin smiled. Such a consideration is indeed troublesome. If I were him, I'd probably do the same. No matter what, he has to leave a chance to turn things around. Facing you, it's hard to be assured of victory no matter what kind of setup he has. If he doesn't leave a way out, once he's defeated, he'll be doomed eternally. Boss, your reputation is too great. Yunyang chuckled bitterly, looking at the soul of the man in black who was trembling in his palm as he awaited his judgment. I guess your elder ancestor has turned to control the little emperor now. Is it through soul possession? The soul of the man in black answered immediately, yes, elder ancestor's cultivation base is profound. Even with the little emperor's imperial providence, he can still possess the little emperor for a long time. Other than the noon when the yang qi is at its peak, he has to stay close to him at other times. Yunyang said in realization, which means that other than the hour and 45 minutes at noon, you've been monitoring me at all times, not even for a moment? You can say that. What else? Elder Ancestor's other clone is possessing the current imperial tutor, the great scholar Zheng Yuanquan. Every 3 days, he enters the palace to lecture the little emperor, teaching him the ways of being a ruler. Shui Wuyin scoffed, doesn't it feel that possessing someone isn't enough? He actually wants to change his identity to further influence him? This is. Does the little emperor know that Zheng Yuanquan is actually your elder ancestor? Yunyang asked after some thought. He doesn't necessarily know. Yunyang said in realization, I see. On one hand, the great scholar lectures and guides the emperor's mind, on the other hand, the old ghost seduces and bewitches the emperor's mind. Both approaches lead the emperor to the path he wishes him to take. A moment later, Yunyang tossed the soul of the man in black into his deific consciousness and asked Emi to guard it. Emi was not allowed to devour him. The man in black's soul was even more terrified now. The one beside him who was restraining him seemed to be even more terrifying, like a natural enemy. What does that disdainful look mean? He did not know how high Emi's standards were now. The soul of the man in black was only cultivated in the lower realm. How could it be worthy of being devoured by Emi? Did it look like it was picking up trash? Was it so hungry that it could not be choosy? Boss, it looks like you really have to meet this little emperor. Shui Wuyin said. It's better not to beat the grass to scare the evil. How about this, you go on my behalf. Tell him that I've sent the message back but I haven't returned in person. It's fine for me to meet him, but aren't I afraid that the old ancestor will possess me? It's fine if he's bent over me, but isn't the risk of being exposed even greater? Yunyang thought about it and said, it's fine. I'll hide myself with the art of wind cloud manifestation and possess you. That old ghost won't be able to do anything to you. At most, he'll suspect that you're hiding my token. If I act recklessly, I'll be asking for trouble. Although his seal had not been completely lifted, the 4 hours of loosening the seal every day was enough for him to do what he wanted. Brilliant. Shui Wuyin praised, with this, even if we meet that old ghost, it won't be a problem. In the palace, it was the time for the morning assembly. Your Majesty, to the east of Tianxian Cliff, to the north of the wild forest, there's a sudden movement of an earth dragon. 1,000 feet wide and thousands of miles long cliff suddenly appeared on the flat ground. It's so deep that the bottom can't be seen. This crypt appeared almost soundlessly. It's a marvelous sight. Yu Qianquan's expression was dark as he said, "Oh? Have you sent anyone to investigate?" "They're still investigating. The specific news hasn't arrived yet. It'll probably take some time. This is the only thing that's true." Yu Qianquan squinted his eyes and said, "Understood. Your Majesty, something big has happened to the Xia family, one of the four noble families, recently," another official said. "What is it?" "There's been a sudden change in the Xia family. All the men in the family have died within a day. There's no invasion from the outside, it's more like the outbreak of a taboo disease in the family. However, after this incident, the Xia family can no longer be ranked among the four noble families of Tianxian. This is strange and puzzling." Yu Qianquan frowned and suddenly snorted, saying, "It's just a martial world family. What right do they have to be judged by the imperial court? Since there's no invasion from the outside and they're all men of the same family, if it's not an outbreak of a taboo disease, what else could it be?" Among the generals, an elder who was the leader stepped out and said worriedly, "Your Majesty, my son, Lin Yunlong, has gone missing since a few days ago and there's no sign of him now." Yu Qianquan frowned. "His soldiers, have all gone missing as well? None of them have returned?" "Yes." The old general looked worried. "A total of 5,000 men and horses have vanished into thin air. Until now, there's no news at all." Yu Qianquan said with a dark face, "I understand." After the imperial court was dismissed, Yu Qianquan met with a few officials in the imperial study and instructed them on a few matters before waving them away. He then fell into deep thought. A cloud of grey mist rose from his sleeve as a sinister voice spoke, "Your Majesty, it looks like your ninth uncle has returned. I wonder what your Majesty thinks?" Yu Qianquan's youthful face turned somber as he said faintly, "Even if ninth uncle has returned, he's just a wanderer visiting home. What thoughts can he have? Now that the 9 Supreme's miracles have been wiped out, the legend has become a joke and its reputation is in tatters. Supreme Wit has returned, how could he not have any thoughts?" Yu Qianquan said faintly, "Ninth uncle is a wise man, he will naturally understand my actions. He's no longer a person of this world, he should understand the helplessness he feels towards the imperial power. The reputation of the 9 Supremes is too great, it's not a good thing for the royal rule. When ninth uncle is here, he can still intimidate the weak, but if ninth uncle doesn't return, the reputation of the 9 Supremes will only become a tool for those with ulterior motives, a source of great disaster." His youthful face was tinged with sorrow. "Nothing will happen if the world is at peace and the world is at peace. However, if there's a time of famine, or if there's any natural or man-made disaster, the hope of miracles and the seeds of hope can't be stopped. The reputation of the 9 Supremes will only become an even more unstable factor. Those with wild ambitions will definitely take advantage of the situation and accuse the king of being immoral and so on. By then, the world will be in chaos and the people will suffer." The grey shadow said faintly, "Your Majesty is far-sighted and far-sighted. Supreme Cloud will definitely understand." Yu Qianquan said faintly, "This world belongs to me. Even if ninth uncle returns, nothing will change. That includes all of you. Although you can control my life and death now, you can't change the fact that I'm the ruler of an empire, the ruler of the world. Your Majesty has flattered me. How can this old man control your Majesty? I'm only forced to seek my own way of survival through your Majesty's hand. I dare not hope for more. Once this old man has a place to go, I'll leave at once." "Don't worry, your Majesty." Yu Qianquan said coldly, "That better be the case." He raised his brows and said, "I do hope that when ninth uncle comes to Tianxian again, I can have a heart-to-heart talk with ninth uncle. This world is ruled by imperial power after all, not by divine power." The grey shadow smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, I wonder if those old officials you've released can understand your good intentions? Yu Qianquan smiled faintly. This isn't important. Whether they understand or not, it's fine. I don't wish for them to understand now. The gray shadow was silent for a long time before he said, Your Majesty, you're already a qualified ruler in terms of the way of an emperor. Yu Qianquan said, Oh. If your Majesty wants to improve further, you'll have to work on the big picture, broad-mindedness, the human heart, balance, and the general trend. Yu Qianquan said with a sullen face, Elder Qin, I allowed you to exist mainly because I had no other choice. I've been passive from start to finish, but, please don't monitor me like this in the future. I really can't take it anymore. Do you know how many times I've wanted to perish together with you? The gray shadow laughed hoarsely and said, Your Majesty, please don't be angry. This old man will obey. The gray shadow disappeared. Yu Qianquan walked to the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the white clouds in the sky. Suddenly, he stretched out his arms and murmured, My world. This is my world. King's hegemony, ha ha ha, he laughed loudly and said in a low voice, Under the heavens, all land belongs to the king. Those who lead the land, are all the king's officials. I want to be an emperor for all eternity. He turned around and sat on the chair, then he started to focus on reading the memorials. However, after a while, he stopped and murmured to himself, a canyon that's thousands of miles wide, suddenly opened? The Xia family's name was suddenly removed? Could it be, that ninth uncle has returned? Could it be that ninth uncle, has really returned to Tianxian? Feng Ling Tian said. It was still 6,000 words in one. Chapter 1431. Your Majesty, General Cheng requests an audience. Summon. Your Majesty, this old official requests an audience with Your Majesty to introduce an expert to Your Majesty. Expert? Who? I wonder if Your Majesty has heard of the name Shui Wuyin? General Cheng asked. Yu Qianquan's pupils shrunk as he uttered word by word, Shui Wuyin? That's him. The legendary wielder of the Nine Heavens dictum? The actual wielder of the Nine Supremes? Yes. If it weren't for his reputation, how would this humble official dare call himself an expert? Yu Qianquan's gaze was sharp. This Shui Wuyin has disappeared for a long time and the Nine Heavens dictum has been quiet for a long time as well. Why has he appeared today? Has Minister Cheng asked about his purpose? Shui Wuyin has always been elusive and can be said to be the most mysterious person in this world. This humble official has only heard of this person's name in the past and did not know him personally. Even today is the first time we've met. I don't know why he suddenly came to me today and asked this humble official to introduce Your Majesty. This person's reputation is well known and the Nine Heavens dictum has contributed a lot to Yutong in the past. This humble official can't refuse his request and could only bring this person to Your Majesty's side for Your Majesty to decide whether or not to summon this person. General Cheng's heart was in turmoil. If he had not been forced to do so, how would he have been willing to be involved in such a high-level matter? Now, the elders in the imperial court were all in a daze. He had only been a minor character in the imperial court, but now he could be the bridge for the owner of the Nine Heavens dictum. Shui Wuyin had no familiar faces to look for, so he had come to him in the end. If it had been in the past, he would never have had the chance to be involved in such an important matter. However, it was not his wish to be involved in such an important matter. Everyone in the imperial court knew that His Majesty and the Nine Supremes' forces were at odds and had parted ways. Now, this meeting of the century was actually facilitated by an insignificant outsider like him? This also means that you don't know why he wants to see me? Yes, this humble official is ashamed but I really have no choice. Yu Qianquan thought about it and said, It's all right. Summon Shui Wuyin to the side hall. He murmured, I'd like to see what this nine heavens dictum's wielder wants to say to me. General Cheng retreated. A cloud of grey mist emerged from Yu Qiankuan's sleeves as he said eerily, "Looks like Lord Supreme Cloud has truly descended upon Tianxian once more. Shui Wuyin's trip this time is obviously to set up a vanguard." He laughed strangely and said, "Your Majesty, the reinforcements you've been waiting for have finally arrived. But I don't know how happy I am right now." Yu Qiankuan frowned and said faintly, "If I say I really don't want ninth uncle to come back, I wonder if Elder Qin will believe me? Right now, only use the current plate, to bring peace to the world, and let the country last for a long time. I don't want to be a child who doesn't grow up in the eyes of others." Yu Qiankuan took a deep breath and said, "What I want to be is an emperor that will last for 1,000 years, and be famous for 10,000 generations." Grey Mist chuckled. "Your Majesty is young, but your cultivation of the Emperor's mind has already reached the acme of perfection. I'm not afraid that your Majesty will laugh at me, but I don't dare to believe even half a word that your Majesty is saying now." Yu Qiankuan laughed and said, "Why would I need anyone to believe me? Elder Qin is the same, and so is my ninth uncle." He strode out and said, "Follow me." The grey mist asked, "Your Majesty, are you sure you want this old man to follow?" Yu Qiankuan said faintly, "If Shui Wuyin is sent by ninth uncle, he's also a threat to me. After all, I've annihilated the nine supremes worshippers in the human realm. As the wielder of the nine heavens dictum, how can Shui Wuyin not hold a grudge against me? On the contrary, if it wasn't ninth uncle's order, Shui Wuyin would still be here with malicious intent. If you don't come with me, who can guarantee my safety? Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty is thoughtful and far-sighted." The grey mist followed. Yu Qiankuan had seen Shui Wuyin before, more than once. Yun Yang was Shui Wuyin's boss, but Shui Wuyin had another boss, Supreme Wind, Ji Lingfeng. Yu Qiankuan was both Supreme Cloud and Supreme Wind's eldest brother, Supreme Earth's only son. How could he not think about him, not take care of him, not care about him? However, it was the first time he had seen the Yu Qiankuan who had grown up, the Yu Qiankuan of today. With a single glance, Shui Wuyin felt as though the world had changed. The tender and obedient child in his memory had long since disappeared without a trace. The one who appeared before Shui Wuyin was a young man who was 7 feet tall. His physique was average, but he was tall and straight. No, he should be a young man. Yu Qiankuan sat on the dragon throne, not moving an inch. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were overflowing with a domineering aura. He had the aura of a monarch who had descended upon the world and commanded the 4 seas. Moreover, it was ample. "This commoner, Shui Wuyin, greets your Majesty." Shui Wuyin sighed softly in his heart. Just from this first glance, he already knew that Yun Yang was going to be disappointed. This was because the person in front of him had already failed him. Yun Yang would only give him a lower evaluation. This was probably what it meant by, the deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. Yu Qiankuan's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand slightly. "Wuyin, rise," he said rather ruefully. "I've often heard that the Nine Heavens Dictum Master has been hiding in the dark for a long time, commanding the Nine Heavens Dictum subordinates, working tirelessly for the Empire of Yutong. You're also Ninth Uncle's close brother, but I've never had the chance to meet you. It's truly regrettable. I've just ascended to the throne, but how can I accept such a grand greeting from Wuyin?" His words were polite, but the indifference in his tone was audible to everyone. Calling him Yutong's meritorious subject had set the standpoints of both parties. One was a monarch while the other was a vassal. The difference between the two was obvious. Shui Wuyin replied in an equally indifferent tone, "Your Majesty has flattered me. This commoner does not deserve it." By calling him a commoner, he had made his stand clear. I'm a barbarian who doesn't belong to a monarch. You're thinking too much about the so-called vassal relationship. Yu Qianquan said confidently, you deserve it. You'll leave your name in Yutong's history books. History books had always been written by the victors. I'm Yutong's new emperor, my words are the law. If I say you deserve it, then you deserve it. If I say you're Yutong's meritorious subject, then you're Yutong's meritorious subject. Yun Yang's mental energy was attached to Shui Wuyin as he stared at the young emperor before him. Looking at the man's movements that were filled with the aura of a ruler and the way he spoke that was high and mighty yet naturally in control of the world, Yun Yang could not help sighing in his heart. This was Yu Qianquan, the emperor of Yutong. He was no longer He was no longer the timid child who had hugged his neck and called him ninth uncle. Everything had changed. The past could not be recovered, the memories of the past could never come back. A pang of pain flashed through Yun Yang's heart. This is the position that your father gave up back then. Now, you're sitting on it. Perhaps from the very beginning, when I pushed you onto this path, this ending has been destined. Should I say that I regret it or not? The path of an emperor is not the path of martial arts. I'm destined to be invincible and alone. It's not an ordinary path indeed. Yun Yang sighed in his heart. Yu Qianquan sat on the throne, his attitude had turned amiable as he chatted with Shui Wuyin. Shui Wuyin realized that the young emperor before him was not an ordinary character. From the initial tit-for-tat to the current amiable demeanor, his change in attitude was seamless, showing that he was not a simple-minded person who was eager for quick success. He knew that Shui Wuyin had come with a purpose this time, but he still chatted with Shui Wuyin patiently. Although there were no words of praise or promises, it gave rise to a subtle feeling of familiarity, respect, and trustworthiness. Shui Wuyin was someone who had been playing with politics all year long and had a good grasp of people's hearts. How could he not know that as long as such a feeling was born, the next step and certain matters would naturally give birth to the mentality of a gentleman would die for a bosom friend. This had nothing to do with the throne, it was related to power and influence. It was also a display of personal grace, the so-called charisma of a person. And for an emperor to have such personal charisma, it could be said to be very terrifying. However, being approachable was not necessarily a good word. At least, it was not to Shui Wuyin or Yun Yang. Wuyin, you must have come to see me for something important, am I right? Yu Qianquan was at ease. Your Majesty, this lowly one, don't be in a hurry to speak. Why don't I make a guess and see if I'm right? Yu Qianquan chuckled and spoke casually like a friend, just take it as a little game between us. He smiled faintly, a little melancholy. Ever since I've ascended to this position, I haven't had such a chance. Shui Wuyin took a deep breath, suppressing the sense of familiarity that had just arisen. He thought to himself that this fellow was quite skilled indeed. His charisma was extraordinary to be able to influence him even though he had already made up his mind. Wuyin has been hiding in the dark for a long time and rarely shows himself. Now that he has come to see me when the world is in an uproar, there are only a few possibilities. One of them is that Wuyin has seen through the treachery of the human heart and is tired of the world's turmoil. He wants to hand over the power in his hands and vanish from this world. Yu Qianquan chuckled softly and said, let's talk about this possibility first. Wuyin, ever since my ninth uncle left this realm and ascended to the upper realm, the royal family has long known that you're in charge of the 9 heavens dictum, including your name. However, I've never sent anyone to interfere with any of your actions, nor have I expressed anything. I've even wanted to see you. I want you to maintain the 9 heavens dictum's flourishing state when my ninth uncle was still around. I've never even thought of taking back all the power you have. Yu Qianquan said sincerely, therefore, you don't have to worry about the matter of removing the hidden threat. I still have the magnanimity to do so. Shui Wuyin sighed and said, Your Majesty is magnanimous. Yu Qianquan continued, however, the story of the Nine Supremes and the destruction of the Nine Supremes has been a hot topic in the world. I believe that you, Wuyin, must have had your own thoughts, be very angry or very sad. I know all of it and I understand. He sighed softly, his expression turning grim as he chuckled bitterly and said, Wuyin, do you know why I call Supreme Cloud Ninth Uncle? I'd like to hear the details, Shui Wuyin said. Yu Qianquan stood up with his arms behind his back and paced slowly, his voice heavy as he said, that's because, my father is also one of the Nine Supremes, the leader of the Nine Supremes, Supreme Earth. In other words, Supreme Earth was originally a member of Yutong's royalty. My father was Yutong's eldest prince in the past. Shui Wuyin wore a surprised expression and listened quietly to the person before him. Yu Qianquan stood before the window with his arms behind his back and said solemnly, my mother is also Supreme Water, ranked fourth among the Nine Supremes. The Nine Supremes are the heroes of my father and mother. The unparalleled reputation of the Nine Supremes is also the unparalleled reputation that my father and mother forged personally. As a son, having such heroic parents makes me feel proud from the bottom of my heart. So, if there wasn't a significant reason, why would I overthrow my parents with my own hands and go through life and death with my uncle? If there wasn't a significant reason, what I've done would be a disrespect to my deceased parents. What I've done is not only disobedient and unfilial, it's utterly insane and infuriating. What do you think, Wuyin? Shui Wuyin said faintly, Your Majesty, this lowly one is only a pawn under the Nine Supremes' dictum. My knowledge is shallow, what do you think? His words were sarcastic but the true meaning was, can you tell me about these things? Can you explain them to me? Yu Qianquan laughed and waved his hand, saying, that's why this is my first guess, the most unreliable one. Shui Wuyin's expression was calm but he was struck by a sudden thought, secretly praising the young emperor. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly understood the true meaning of this young emperor's words. He's obviously going to take me in as his subordinate. Publicly, he's the ruler of this world. All lands under the heavens belong to him, all those who lead the land are his subjects. I should obey him. Privately, he's the only son of the Nine Supremes' head supreme, the most legitimate heir to the Nine Heavens' dictum after Supreme Cloud. I should obey him even more. I have to say that if I'd originally been loyal to Supreme Earth and Supreme Water, I would have prostrated myself and become their subjects now. It's a pity that I've been loyal to Supreme Wind at first, then to Supreme Cloud later. In the heavens and earth, only these two are worthy of my allegiance. As for the other Supremes, whether it's Supreme Earth, Supreme Water, Supreme Thunder or Supreme Blood, I'll respect them, but I won't acknowledge them. As for the two I've been loyal to, they're all contemptuous of royalty and the world. What charisma! I can only say that you're thinking too much, especially now that Supreme Cloud, whom I've been loyal to, is already an immortal who has ascended to the upper realm. As an immortal brother, can I still be loyal to a mortal emperor? Putting aside the first unreliable reason, the second reason, I'm guessing, is that my ninth uncle couldn't come back for some reason, but he found out about what happened here, so he sent a message back and directed you to pass on the message. Yu Qianquan smiled. So you had to come, Wuyin? Shui Wuyin was speechless. Looks like the second reason doesn't match the reality. Then, there's only the third reason left. My ninth uncle has returned. He's disappointed and even dissatisfied with what I've done, but with his wisdom, it's impossible for him to not see the national crisis caused by his reckless actions. At the same time, there's also my own crisis. He can't just stand by and watch, so he sent you here to check on the situation. Yu Qianquan said casually, Wuyin, which of these three reasons do you think I've guessed correctly? Is it the third one? Shui Wuyin smiled and said, Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. I'm speechless and have nothing to say. However, I believe that even if this lowly one doesn't say anything, your majesty has already made up your mind. What difference does it make if this lowly one says nothing? Oh? Yu Qianquan asked. Shui Wuyin kept quiet for a bit before he stood up and took out a thick register from his robe. He handed it over with both hands and said, Your Majesty, this lowly one's main purpose for this trip is, as your Majesty has said before, the world has just been settled and the 4 seas have returned to one. The entire world belongs to Yutong. It's indeed inappropriate for this lowly one to hold a power that's different from the official forces. This is a list of all the high-level martial artists under the 9 Supremes' dictum, as well as their individual combat power. There are a total of 23,751 people, each of them possessing a cultivation base of Earth Mystic level and above. Your Majesty, please take them in and deal with them as you see fit. Yu Qianquan did not take it but said, Wuyin, I've been straightforward just now to tell you that since I haven't looked for you, it means that I've trusted you. I believe that you can control this force that's different from the official forces. After all, it's better for Yutong's underground empire to have a force like you to stabilize it. I'm most at ease with Wuyin controlling the forces in the wild. After all, you're someone chosen by my 9th uncle. You're loyal and this is the most commendable thing about you. Yu Qianquan's tone was heavy as he stared straight at Shui Wuyin, enunciating each word clearly, Wuyin, I believe you. Stay and help me. As the emperor of an empire, it was more than just confiding in one's confidences, it was almost a dead end. If it were any other official, there would only be one way to go, to stay and pledge loyalty. The emperor's dignity had been placed under one's feet. It was only a matter of whether one would give it or not. If one did not, it would be a slap on one's face. The grudge would be formed and it would be settled. If one gave it, one would stay. What else was there to say? Shui Wuyin smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, other than handing over the 9 Supremes' dictum's combat power, this lowly one has come for another matter. Yu Qianquan frowned and asked, What is it? Your Majesty is wise. I'm sure you've guessed it by now. Shui Wuyin said, Lord Supreme Cloud has asked me to bring a message to your Majesty. Yu Qianquan's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and said excitedly, 9th uncle? What did 9th uncle say? Shui Wuyin answered faintly, Lord Supreme Cloud is asking if his father, King Xiaoyao, is well now. Yu Qianquan's pupils shrunk abruptly, a chilling glint shooting out of his eyes as he stared at Shui Wuyin's face. The emperor's aura flourished, it was as if he was a completely different person compared to the gentle atmosphere earlier. Chapter 1432. Shui Wuyin was unruffled as he stared back at him calmly. Yu Qianquan breathed in rapidly and said in a low voice, 9th uncle only asked this? Shui Wuyin answered, Yes. Lord Supreme Cloud only asked this one question. There are too few things in this world that can affect Lord Supreme Cloud. This question is already too much. Yu Qianquan closed his eyes. After a long while, he said, This world was almost conquered by 9th uncle with his own strength. Didn't he ask anything about this world? Shui Wuyin said coldly, Your Majesty is right. Yutong has Supreme Cloud and the 9 Supremes help in bringing peace to the world, but how many people in this world still remember Supreme Cloud and the 9 Supremes? What's the point of remembering the heartless people and this world? Is it only to add to one's sadness? Is there anyone in this world who is grateful to Supreme Cloud now? Yu Qianquan was silent for a moment before he said, This is my fault. Shui Wuyin was speechless, remaining silent for a long while. Yu Qianquan said sadly, Wuyin, one person's fortune or the fate of the world, which is more important? Shui Wuyin said faintly, How can this commoner comment on such a grand principle? This commoner is only here to complete a request. When I return, I will have to report to Lord Supreme Cloud about King Xiaoyao's well-being. Yu Qiankuan was silent for a moment before he said, I have always hoped that ninth uncle could come to Tianxian again, to lend me a hand. What I don't understand is, can one really be unsentimental after becoming an immortal? Shui Wuyin did not budge an inch as he said, when has Lord Supreme Cloud ever been unsentimental? He has people and things that he cares about, like his father, Lord Xiaoyao King. Yu Qiankuan said, Wuyin, you are forcing me. Shui Wuyin said, why would your majesty say so? This commoner has made it clear again and again that I am only here on Lord Supreme Cloud's request to ask your majesty a question. How is this an interrogation? May I ask your majesty, how is King Xiaoyao? Yu Qiankuan said with difficulty, King Xiaoyao, his whereabouts are unknown now. Why is his whereabouts unknown? Shui Wuyin asked. A trace of anger flashed in Yu Qiankuan's eyes as he said, the country is in danger, and the mountains and rivers are in turmoil. I had no choice but to use all kinds of methods to lure ninth uncle down to the mortal world, but to no avail. In desperation, King Xiaoyao wanted to use the blood-warning method to lure ninth uncle's soul to come to this world again. Shui Wuyin nodded and said, in other words, the Freedom King is already dead? Yu Qiankuan said angrily, King Xiaoyao, for the sake of the millions and millions of people in the world, for the great cause of the dynasty, for the future of the empire, for the future of the world, you sacrificed yourself for the sake of righteousness. Wuyin, you don't have to put it in such a bad way. This emperor knows that you're uncomfortable, and this emperor isn't feeling good either. However, the welfare of the people in this world is more important than the life and death of an individual. Anyone can tell which is more important. Shui Wuyin replied respectfully, yes, your majesty is right. Your words are clear and logical, I understand them completely. However, his majesty was mistaken about one thing. King Xiaoyao's life was his life alone. The world that your majesty speaks of is only your majesty's world, not the world of the people. Yu Qiankuan's expression darkened slightly. Shui Wuyin's words were harsh, but he was not at the point of losing his temper. He even had a thought in his heart that the world was, of course, his world. Was there even a need to say it? Of course, this emperor will convey your majesty's reply to Lord Supreme Cloud. However, Lord Supreme Cloud asked if King Xiaoyao was well. I believe the answer he wants is only King Xiaoyao's well-being. If this emperor wishes to answer Lord Supreme Cloud, I will only answer whether King Xiaoyao is well or not. I won't answer anything else, such as the cause of his death. Shui Wuyin said, perhaps your majesty doesn't know this, but this emperor and Lord Supreme Cloud's communication is limited in words. I can only send 6 words at a time. Just like what your majesty has said, 6 words are obviously not enough to finish. 6 words? Yu Qiankuan frowned when he heard the answer. Could it be that ninth uncle really didn't come down? If that's the case, how does Wuyin plan to report this? Of course I'll report it as it is. King Xiaoyao has passed away. That's not appropriate. Yu Qiankuan said, since ninth uncle wants to know the news, why not tell him the truth? Shui Wuyin said, the truth? Would your majesty please state the content clearly? Yu Qiankuan said, how about suddenly ambushed and died? Shui Wuyin was dumbfounded, speechless. I asked for 6 words and you've really given me 6 words. These 6 words made the content of what I wanted to say clear, and I even said almost everything. However, King Xiaoyao's cultivation base was profound and he had reached the pinnacle of this world where no one could challenge him. Furthermore, his status was revered and he held great authority. If he was suddenly ambushed and died, did this not mean that the empire of Yutang had encountered a great calamity? It was obvious that they were trying to lure Yunyang to come to Tianxian again. Why must your majesty make Lord Supreme Cloud step into the mortal realm again? Let's just say these 6 words. There's no need to really submit a memorial anyway. Lord Supreme Cloud is right in front of you. Not only these 6 words, he had heard everything that was said during this exchange without missing a single word. An unprecedented crisis is looming over this land. Yu Qianquan sighed with melancholy. The late emperor was ambushed and poisoned. He was bedridden for several years and passed the throne to me. Now, I'm being threatened as well, my life is at stake. The country is in danger, the mountains and rivers are crumbling and we're in a precarious situation. Yutong is trying its best to save itself, but it's still not a match for the supernatural forces. If ninth uncle doesn't come, this world. King Xiaoyao died for the country, for the greater good and for the future of the world. Yu Qianquan heaved a long sigh. Shui Wuyin said, "This lowly one understands. If your majesty has no other instructions, I shall take my leave now." Yu Qianquan said, "Wuyin, if ninth uncle asks, you must explain my difficulties." Comparing my safety to the country and the world, Shui Wuyin could not hold it in any longer. He sneered and said, "Even if your majesty doesn't say it, this lowly one understands the crux of the matter. I've already made it clear to your majesty, but there's only one thing that needs to be clarified. As the saying goes, the safety of an individual is more important than the billions of people in the world. Your majesty has made it clear many times and everyone knows this. Then, this lowly one would like to ask, your majesty is the son of supreme earth and supreme water. Of course, you have to call these 2 seniors father and mother. However, I wonder if your majesty can also call the billions of people in this world father and mother? Insolence. A roar that sounded like muffled thunder suddenly resounded. Yu Qianquan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and it seemed as if it was about to drip water. Shui Wuyin was unfazed as he said, "This lowly one is merely asking for the truth. How is it rude to speak my mind? At least, this is how Lord King Xiaoyao is to Lord Supreme Cloud." He bowed lightly and said, "This lowly one shall take his leave." Yu Qianquan's face darkened as he watched Shui Wuyin walk out. Just as Shui Wuyin was about to reach the door, he suddenly spoke again, "Wuyin, this emperor's cordiality and sincerity, are you really not going to consider staying behind to help this emperor?" He said sincerely, "The golden age is upon us. I need a martial world controller, a ruler of the night. Wuyin, just a nod and you'll be the sovereign of the night." Shui Wuyin could not help but admire this sovereign's magnanimity. He had already offended him to this extent, but the latter still wanted to recruit him. Furthermore, he could even make such a promise. "Your Majesty, aren't you angry that this lowly one has offended you? My wrath cannot extinguish your talents." Yu Qianquan took 2 steps forward with his hands behind his back. "Wuyin, my actions may have been heartless, but I don't regret them. The world's domination is in my hands, and I need absolute control. I know I'm lacking in virtue, but for the world's domination, I have no choice but to do so. I've done it before, and I'll do it in the future. I only ask for an everlasting achievement, an unparalleled glory as an emperor. And on this basis, I can give you as much scope as you have the ability to display it. As long as it's not a rebellion, I'll let everyone's talents be fully utilized. Even if this person curses me behind my back, I want to use his talents, and not his mouth. I'm heartless, but it's because I'm heartless that I'm impartial to each and every official. Wuyin, stay." Shui Wuyin paused at the entrance of the hall. After a long moment of silence, he said faintly, "Your Majesty, perhaps you don't know this, but this lowly one was loyal to Lord Supreme Wind back then. We're sworn brothers, brothers of life and death. This lowly one doesn't know the rest of the 9 Supremes, including Lord Supreme Cloud. After Lord Supreme Wind passed away, Lord Supreme Cloud invited me again and again. Coincidentally, both of us have the same wish, which is to avenge Lord Supreme Wind. That's why we're walking the same path, with no regrets. To put it bluntly, Lord Supreme Cloud and I call each other brothers and we entrust our lives to each other. This lowly one only knows these two brothers among the 9 supremes. The rest of them are not worth mentioning. His voice was tinged with pride. I don't know if your majesty believes it or not, but if I, Shui Wuyin, wanted to be rich and powerful in the officialdom, I could have achieved my wish a dozen years ago. Even if I couldn't rule the world, it wouldn't be difficult for me to get a high position. I, Shui Wuyin, consider myself a lowly one, a commoner. However, your majesty, please don't forget that this lowly one is the brother of Supreme Wind and Supreme Cloud, and can also be considered the brother of Supreme Earth and Supreme Water. If this lowly one is fortunate enough to see your majesty again, I hope that your majesty will address me as uncle. Finishing his words, he strode away. Shui Wuyin could no longer control his temper and uttered the last part in anger. Yu Qianquan had never called Yun Xiaoyao granduncle since the beginning. Even when he was ambushed and died, he had only addressed him as King Xiaoyao. He is King Xiaoyao and you are the emperor. Does that mean that you are still the senior? Talking about righteousness and sacrifice, your father will talk about human relations and seniority with you. I admire your ability and your breadth of mind, but I look down on your character. You are an emperor, but you are only an emperor. You are no longer human. But I am still human. Shui Wuyin left swiftly, an evaluation forming in his heart. Yu Qianquan was more than enough to be an emperor of a generation. On the surface, he was magnanimous, approachable, and courteous. But in reality, he was cold and indifferent. He was a hypocrite. Just like what he had said, a heartless man. Normally, an emperor could give up and sacrifice everything for his empire, but he would still want to possess some other things, such as loyalty, kinship, love, and all other beautiful things. What they lost could be called sacrifice, it could be called giving. Such sacrifice and giving were noble, but they were also forced. For example, the empire of Yutong's previous emperor, Yu Qianquan's grandfather, Yu Peiza, had endured humiliation for the sake of Yutong. He had even sacrificed his own life to protect the lives of his old officials. This was what it meant to be a sacrifice, this was the embodiment of camaraderie. However, Yu Qianquan was different. He only had his empire and his imperial power in his eyes. Other than these, he could give up anything else, including kinship, love, and everything else. Yes, it was abandonment. In the eyes of an emperor like Yu Qianquan, as long as the throne and the empire were still there, it did not matter what he had to give up. He would not feel uneasy, he would not feel heartache, and he would not be reluctant to let go. In Yu Peiza's eyes, a minister needed to be capable, virtuous, and loyal. If this minister committed a grave mistake, even if it was a capital offense, he would find a way to let him off the hook and let him live. After all, this official had contributed to Yutong for a significant portion of his life. He would be rewarded for his contributions and punished for his crimes, but there was still room for mercy. In Yu Qianquan's eyes, an official only needed to be capable, it did not matter whether his character was good or bad. Once an official had committed a grave mistake, he would execute him without hesitation. He would not hesitate in the slightest just because this minister had once made great contributions to the empire. You've done a great deed, I'll reward you handsomely. You've committed a grave mistake, I'll punish you heavily. There was no such thing as atoning for a crime with a great deed. In short, he was a person without compassion. This was a fundamental difference, a difference in essence. If Shui Wuyin could see this, so could Yun Yang. Shui Wuyin did not follow anyone on his way back. It seemed like this selfish emperor had not given up on his intention to recruit Shui Wuyin. He was very clear that even though he had obtained the name list, it was still impossible for him to command and control these people. Unless he killed all of them. However, it was obviously impossible to kill all of them. As long as one of these people died, the rest would vanish from this world in an instant. This was the power of the 9 heavens dictum. It was because of this reason that he urgently needed Shui Wuyin to continue controlling the 9 Supreme's forces. It was only until the day when he had nurtured another person who could replace Shui Wuyin that he would dispose of Shui Wuyin mercilessly. Before that, no matter what Shui Wuyin's attitude was, he would keep him around. Absolutely, Grey Fog replied. Lin Yunlong and the rest have been dealt with as well. Yu Qianquan heaved a sigh of relief, his gaze complicated. Grey Fog asked, Your Majesty, do you regret it? Yu Qianquan was silent for a long time before he said, I've just thrown away the bow after the birds have been killed. There's nothing that can't be sacrificed for the sake of world domination. Some human kinship has only disturbed the source of one's state of mind. What I'm looking forward to now is the battle between you and 9th Uncle. Grey Fog said solemnly, This old man will give his all in this battle. Yu Qianquan heaved a long sigh and said, If you win, what will you do? Nothing much. With Supreme Cloud gone, the world will be plunged into chaos once more. I'll continue to stand by your Majesty's side and help you conquer the world once more. My ability far surpasses the 9 Supremes of the past. Your Majesty won't doubt this, will you? Yu Qianquan nodded slowly. What if you fail? If this old man fails, of course, I'll be annihilated by Lord Supreme Cloud. Grey Fog chuckled bitterly. What else would I want to do? I don't believe you. With old Qin's foresight, how could he not have a backup plan? That's why I'll be looking forward to your next appearance. Yu Qianquan smiled faintly. I just don't know if my 9th uncle will really descend to the mortal realm and what level his ability has reached. Actually, it's very easy to test whether Supreme Cloud has descended or not, Grey Fog said. As long as you drag Mei Wenjian to the execution ground to be beheaded, we'll know whether Supreme Cloud has come or not. Not bad, that's a good idea. Yu Qianquan seemed to be deep in thought. After Yun Xiaoyao left the residence, Lao Mei was temporarily immobilized by Yun Xiaoyao. However, it was also during this interval that Yu Qianquan brought him to the palace and imprisoned him. From being temporarily immobilized, he was completely immobilized. To Yu Qianquan, sacrificing Lao Mei. A mere butler of the prince's mansion was nothing. If Supreme Cloud returned, he would naturally rescue him. However, if Supreme Cloud did not return, then Lao Mei's death was nothing. Grey Fog felt a little sorry for Yu Qianquan. Your Majesty, you're really decisive. This old man has lived in this world for tens of thousands of years and experienced many dynasties, but there are few who are as decisive as your Majesty. If your 9th uncle really returns, it's hard to imagine what he'll do to you. Yu Qianquan said thoughtfully, At most, he'll just beat me up, or perhaps there will be other punishments. But no matter what, 9th uncle won't kill me. I'm very sure of this. Grey Fog chuckled coldly. That might not be the case. Yu Qianquan said faintly, I may be a little ruthless, but since I've been in charge, the wealth of the world has quadrupled in these few years. The people have also recovered from the chaos of war, and the population has even increased compared to before the war. Now, everyone in the world has food to eat and clothes to wear. Those who are slightly better off will have a scholar among them, they won't be completely illiterate. These are things that the previous emperors have not been able to achieve. Yu Qianquan said, I know that I may have failed as a person, but I think that I'm still qualified to be an emperor. Now that the golden age is coming, and I'm only a teenager, I have a lot of time to push this country to the peak of prosperity. In this country, I can achieve unprecedented achievements, and I can build a great dynasty that no one has ever seen before. For all of this, even if I have to give up something, sacrifice something, or use some means, it will all be worth it. I just need the right to speak. Ninth uncle will understand me. And he will support me. Yu Qianquan's voice was fanatical, but his eyes were calm. He understood all of his plans, and his life was already running wildly on the route of this plan. It was impossible to stop. Grey Fog was a little speechless. Looking at Yu Qianquan, who was full of confidence, even Grey Fog, a 10,000-year-old ghost, had to admit that this was indeed an unprecedented peerless emperor. The achievements he had just mentioned were not false. And this was only the beginning of his reign. If this continued, the world would definitely become a better place. This was something that even Grey Fog figure could not deny. However, the price to obtain all of this was the absolute ruthlessness of an emperor. Just as he had said, all he wanted was merit. Your Majesty, perhaps, you don't regret it now, but when you grow old, you will definitely have regrets. Yu Qianquan closed his eyes and said lightly, who can live without regrets? Feng Lingtian said, this chapter was finished in the afternoon, and he had been revising it. When he had just finished writing, there were only about 4,000 words, but he felt that he had not written it well enough. So he added and polished it, and in the end, he had actually written more than 6,000 words. But he still felt that it was not enough. But there was not enough time. He would publish it first for everyone to comment. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.